and welcome back to Dice and Destinies. That's the name of this place. Sorry. Uh,
We're getting there,
Yeah.
we promise. We will get it one day.
I am your host, Max. I also play Brooke, the Water Genasi Bard Wizard. And today I am here with my lovely players and my co-DM.
Hello, I am Skeletor301. I am the lovely code DM. Lovely is a strong word, but sure, let's go with it. I also play Tyrus Rashad, the human sorcerer bard who, yeah, it's, yes. I am professional at this point.
And we have our one and only paladin.
Hello, I play Gadri. I am Ryumamochi here on Twitch. I am also a DM, but for now I am just in the as a backup. Like I said, I play Gadri Stormhammer here, a paladin fighter who just absolutely annoys the DM.
Our lovely angel.
Hi, I'm Faye. I play Althera, the half elf, half Yuan-Ti Bard Warlock, and I am tired.
And everyone's favorite slime.
Woo!
Yeah, I play Enka, the Minotaur cleric.
Yeah. All right. It is episode 57, and last we left off
Jesus fucking
with
Christ, 57 of these.
last we left off with the whimsical travelers of fate. Um, they had gotten back from defeating the night hags, said farewell to one Tambrix Cat. Thank you, Q, for guesting for so long.
Love you, Q.
Sorry, I kept dragging you back.
No, you're not.
Just and then the where we left off is Tyrus, Althera, Gadri, and Inca had gone to Xana's shop, turned in the quest, got some residuum, got some blood taken from Brooke. Tyrus found out that Xana knows his name and, oddly enough, knows someone who's quite close with Tyrus. And they made it back to the ship, Gadri staying behind because he needed to go grab something, which was a really beautiful blown glass jellyfish decoration that he had given to Brooke.
Ghost says that you're quiet, Mags.
Every time.
Do
Without
not
fail.
interrupt my recap. How dare? Um, fuck! You threw me off. You threw off my groove. Throw him out the window.
I'm sorry, you threw off the DM's groove.
Let me just grab Gadri's reactive. Anyway, so
I'm watching the stream. I just
Yeah.
saw that shit.
so last we have off before we come back in. It is 2 p.m. Mags wasn't low on his. See, it's all on you, Ghost. How dare? We have made it back to the boat. Brooke is sitting in her room, basking in the really pretty light show that is made from the ornament with a piece of paper with the spell light cast on it. Um, it is 2 p.m. It's a beautiful day, and currently there is a semi-party going on in the dining room for Lilith, as Dilliu and Ixtal has decorated the ship to the nines and got food prepped, and Dilliu made baskets for everyone. And yeah, we're gonna go in order to figure out what everyone is doing. Tyrus, where are you right
Currently, he's taken the time to go down to the hold to check on the supplies that they ordered to make sure everything's in order.
now? Sorry. Sorry, coughing fit. I'm I'm no longer sick. I'm just coughing, having a lot of coughing issues. Um, Gadri, what are you doing?
Gadri had just given Mags, wow, had
Mhm.
just given Brooke the gift, correct?
Yep, you had just walked out and closed the door. Macaron now attached to your face yet again.
Uh, Gadri is gonna make his way up to the crow's nest. That's the
Crow's
word.
Nest is under
Yes.
construction. Stay the fuck off
Mm,
there.
you will socialize.
Never.
We are docked. There is nothing happening at the moment besides being docked. Um Althera, what are you doing?
Althera is gonna go check on Coda, the owlbear cub. Um, and also just check on her familiar Gladio and the kitchen itself.
As
And then she's gonna try and send a message to her brother again.
Alright. Inca, what are you doing?
Last I
Don't say
remember,
Ixtal.
Inca took Ixtal to the shower, right?
Uh no, you had done that,
Remember,
but
I left
then
early that night, so I don't know
yeah,
what happened afterwards.
you had taken them to the shower, you gone back up to see off Raketh, and then you just got back from the ship a little while ago because you went with them to go get the reward, which was residuum instead of they decided to go for residuum instead of rubies, and uh Xana had asked Brooke to cut her hand open and produce blood for him to put into a bowl.
Okay. Enka would be hanging out with everybody else, like Dilyu and them, celebrating for Lilith and eating lots of lovely food.
All right.
Totally
Why?
planning to pass out later
Why is
in a food coma.
why is Unicorse in the food thing? No. Ow.
Don't question unicorns.
I question Unicorse. I question Unicorse's very existence. Go back to drinking your rum.
Just always sitting there drinking his rum.
Ixtal is in the dining hall as well. Delia is sitting chatting with Lilith, and Lilith is stuffing her face. Althera,
Yeah.
you enter into the kitchen, and everything you and Tyrus had ordered is perfectly placed where it needs to be. Quite literally, Dilly and Ixtal took the whole everything has its place and everything goes in its place to heart when it comes to your kitchen. For they did not want to
Aww.
anger the Althera.
I'm gonna give Dilly a big old kiss.
You do
No,
see
Dilyu
Coda.
she's
just
very
died of a heart
appreciative.
attack.
You do see Coda is currently in looks to be in the corner of the room playing with the live fish that's just flopping around. The big rainbow trout thing that Lamora had given Tyrus and y'all had placed in the kitchen.
Coda, please don't play with that. I think it's important.
Coda looks over to you and rushes over like, "Oh, you're back!"
No, that was my little guy. She's like petting him behind the ears, very excited to see her little Coda.
They stand up on their back paws and they throw their front paws on you and they're just like, "Carry me."
Uh, she's gonna do her best to carry her little baby.
And as you sit down and you're going to send a message, go ahead and tell me what this message is.
It's basically her saying, I heard that the baby was born. Lushik said that they were healthy. What is the gender of the baby? Have you decided on a name? How are things going in the kingdom? I miss you so much. And I promise to send things for the baby.
Okay, out there, make a wisdom saving throw.
Oh. That's a 12.
Uh, okay.
I have ass throws when it comes to wanting to message my family.
You take 7 points of psychic damage as you feel static starting to buzz into your head. This one, while you were in the forest, it seemed that
Thank
you
God I
could
have those
get-
temporary hit points.
you could get messages semi through and you could semi receive the messages, but the closer you are to the water, it seems that the static is louder and you can't find purchase anywhere.
Damn it.
As Coda looks up to you concerned.
There's no cell towers in the ocean.
Althera's gonna do her best not to break down crying. But she is like sniffling, and her throat's starting to burn from holding back tears as she just hugs Coda as tightly as she can. She's like, at least I know you'll always be here for me.
Coda looks up at you and seeing the little like tears forming in your eyes, they use their paws to start batting the tears away, but they got big old paws, so you're just getting hit with a lot of fluff. Fluff and feathers.
Oh. She just buries her face into like into him and just cries a little bit. Very silent, sniffly crying.
Up on the mid no, it's below deck. Up on the below no, hold. In the hold, Tyrus.
Yes.
Everything has been delivered. Things seem to be have put in place just as you showed Dilly you would like. It seems Dilly takes extreme attention to detail, or either that, or Ixtal has come down here and rearranged it.
And he just takes note and nods. And were there anything left over on the sled that was lower down or no?
The only thing that was left over was a couple of the more interesting fruits and vegetables that you and Althera had chosen from the list because they weren't sure where you two would want to put these items. So you do have a couple of produce boxes with a note saying unsure where to place.
I was going to take a nod to that and test to see how heavy the box is.
It would be the equivalent of picking up a couple books stacked together, so not too heavy.
Okay.
Something you're familiar with.
So he's gonna go ahead and start collecting the boxes, and he's gonna head up to the kitchen, where he's gonna go meet with Althera.
Althera, you can hear him coming because of your high perception.
Yeah, her fucking giant fucking ears. The second she hears Tyra start like coming up the steps, she quickly wipes her face, and like has a little pocket mirror to make sure everything's back in place. Luckily she didn't cry, a lot, so her eyes aren't too puffy, if at all. And she's gonna go and inspect the fruit and vegetables.
He's gonna come in, kind of go, knock knock, special delivery.
Come in.
Looks like we got that order of fruit that we were looking for.
Yep, just making sure everything is in tip-top shape.
He's gonna bring the basket in. Where would you like this?
Just put it on the table. It's fine.
All right. And would he notice any sign that she was crying?
That's an insight versus deception, I believe.
All right, come on, dice. Don't fail me now. That's a 13.
25.
Damn it.
Natural 19, I'm sorry.
Tyrus, you notice that Coda is sticking surprisingly closer to Althera, kind of pawing at her leg and looking up at her with a bit of concern.
He's gonna take that in, kind of look to her, and kind of see some of the well-hidden evidence slightly poking through, and he goes,
You missed a little bit of mascara.
yeah.
I did.
Look at her and goes, "Is everything all right?"
Yes, yeah. Everything's fine. I just missed Coda a lot, and it's been a very emotional few days.
Are you sure?
Yep, positive.
Because if there's something bothering you, I'm here to talk. I'm here to talk.
It's nothing you can really help with, so there's not really a point. I appreciate the sentiment, though.
Well, there's always a point to reach out to someone, but that depends on you. Just know that my door is always open.
I appreciate it, Tyrus. Thank you again for bringing everything upstairs.
It's my pleasure. Oh shit, the fish! And he like looks over and notices the fish in the corner. There he goes. Huh.
It's still flopping around. Lamora had specifically told you, if you put that fish in water, it will drown.
We need to figure something out with that.
Well, it is your fish. Lady Lumora did give it to you.
She did. Well, maybe we could prepare it for tomorrow's dinner.
That feels cruel.
Tyrus,
I
I'm
mean,
not sure if you remember exactly what Lamora told you about this fish.
I'm trying to remember. I know there were some bits and pieces, but would you mind reminding me?
She told you that this specific fish she's giving to you because she has an inkling you will need some special treats, and it will make up to 6 treats of a jerky-like substance, and each one acts as a hero's feast, basically. It gives you advantage on wisdom saves.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So it's just
Well, that's
staring
something.
at both of you as you're talking.
Yeah, he's gonna like look at that, remember that, and he's gonna be like, maybe when we get closer to the shearing channel, that'd be something that we can use.
I'll let you handle it. I feel like this thing can understand what we're saying.
Would you like for me to take it out of here so you're not constantly being
Yes, please.
observed? Sure. And he has Fate come in and pick up the fish in her mouth and start walking it out to the kitchen.
As she starts walking out of the kitchen, it's as Fate walks past both of you, Tyrus, you feel one of the fins smack you on the leg on the way out.
All right. Well, any plans for the evening?
No, not really. Probably just gonna try and send another message to my brother. Hope it gets through this time. What about you?
I'm gonna spend one last evening on shore, and hopefully this time we can properly enjoy my homeland before we head off. At the very least, for an evening,
That would be nice.
it would be. Well, I'll leave you to it. Like I said, if you need anything, you're more than welcome to come talk to me.
Thank you.
And he gives her a warm smile before he uh, takes her by the hand and gives it a small squeeze, a little friendly gesture before he walks out the room.
App's gone. Out there, you notice
Althara's
that
gonna make
Coda
a
is
note.
numbing on one of the fruits.
You know what? He's earned a snack. But Althera is gonna make a point to seek out Ixtal a little later, when they're done with their private Enka time.
They were done. They're just partying right now with Lilith.
I don't know if those two are ever done.
That's a question for Nevi.
So upstairs with everyone else partying inside of the little room. Inca, oddly enough, there is everyone's favorite foods. There's your favorite foods, Tyrus's favorite foods. You're not sure how they got all this information, but it's there.
They've gone through all of our diaries.
As Dilliu is listening to Lilith talk about how the night hag can turned into Brooke, and Althea stabbed it in the eye and pulled one of the eyeballs out, and she pulls out the eyeball. She's like, I'm gonna send it to their like blacksmith friend and see what crazy shit she can make with this. And Dilly just smiling and nodding like, oh, okay, great. In front of my crab raccoons, cool.
I was like, oh, Lilith, put that away. You don't want to get its weird hag shit in the food.
You see Ixtal looking at it fascinated, like, it's an interesting color indeed, though. Do you not agree?
Oh, I mean, I guess I'm not a big fan of body parts, not gonna lie.
I thought it was just bones.
Look, the insides of things should stay inside of things. Bones creep me out the most because they make loud snapping noises when they tear out of the inside of your body, and I'm gonna be sick.
Dilly rushes over with the bucket, like, please don't throw him up on the food.
I would never.
As Lilith giggles and puts the eyeball away and goes, I got, for this mission, I not only got a heart, but I got the eyeball, and I got a bag of teeth.
I got teeth. A teeth from what?
The hags.
You took their teeth, Lilith. Why?
Because they could do some really cool stuff. And plus, as she holds it out to you, it's a spell component.
Ah, no, stop it.
She jingles the bag in front of you. She goes, don't you want to be able to use that wonderful little spell?
Not really, no. I prefer using my fists.
And that's no fun. And she sits down and opens up the bag looking at them.
Actually, it's very fun giving people blunt force trauma to the head.
Yeah, but it's even cooler to make a trail of teeth.
You are one sick little girl, and I love you for it, but you disturb me.
Then I'm doing my job, she says, smiling with sharp teeth.
You know, if I wasn't scared of your father, I would have a talk with him.
She kind of chuckles and goes, you should be absolutely mortified of my dad. He's a very scary individual.
I imagine so.
Dilyu kind of chuckles, and Ixtal looks to both of you and goes, I'm actually very interested in meeting her father. I know he's
That does
not
not
quote
surprise
unquote
me.
good, but I'm sure he's quite an interesting storyteller.
I mean, is anybody really good? You know what? I'm too sober for something so philosophical. I'm gonna go get some ale. Where's Unicorns at?
You turn around as you start heading out, and Lilith looks over to Ixtal and goes, is there anyone really good? And Ixtal just smiles and goes, I believe Althera. Though she has some jealous tendencies, I believe she is one of the only good-hearted people.
It's like, oh, those are the ones you gotta watch out for the most. They got the
Exact-
secret evilness.
Exactly. Who knows what she's capable of? You
I hope
walk
we never find out.
you walk out and you see unicorns lapping up some rum as they look towards you.
I think it's just like, move over.
Unicorns kind of whispers over to you. Is the purple scary guy gone?
Scrawny looking motherfucker? Yeah, he's gone.
Yeah, the one who looks like he's a walking skeleton with latex. What's latex? Don't worry about it. And he just starts drinking the rum again.
Inga just looks at the rum in her cup and is just like, how much of this have you had?
I don't know when I stopped. I think I last stopped when we were on shore, when I dragged Dilly to the library.
I wonder if I can get that fucked up. Let's find out! Just start chugging.
As you're drinking from the rum, you notice that no matter how many cups you scoop, It doesn't appear to be going down.
Ah, magic room. Fabulous.
I need you to make a Constitution saving throw. Gadri, what are you doing up on the crow's nest?
Rolo, get me wasted. Damn it.
You're fine.
Drink faster.
So Gadri up on the crow's nest, he's not really like doing the whole lookout thing that he usually does. He's just kind of admiring just the scenery, giving Macaron some head pats and all that nonsense, just relaxing. Um, oh, and he also pulls the candy out of his inventory and eats it.
Yes.
I'm gonna
So throw one up there anyway.
Okay.
And that's when the crow's nest explodes.
I starting to regret giving you that bag, Nebby.
Listen, I love wild magic, and now I can do it whenever I want.
As long as you don't eat the full bag and you don't empty them all on the floor. Gadri, you know what you're rolling.
So 100, right?
The
Yeah.
priceless treasure of a bag, Mags.
56.
56.
You become a cat boy again.
Let's see. 56. Oh. Gadri, as you're chewing on this candy, your vision goes completely black. I need you to roll. Hold on.
That's not a good place to go blind.
You're not going blind. I need you to roll. I need to count how many there is. So many. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A
He's about to
D12,
light
please.
it like a star.
Roll the D12, please.
D12.
Mm-hmm.
4.
You exploded 4 times.
Interesting.
I've got a bad case of explosions.
Nah, you just gained X-ray vision.
Okay. I need to look up this particular person because I don't know much about
Oh no, is this what I think it is?
Dude, you're about to spy on somebody who's taking a shower.
them. No. How Nevi, don't put that in the universe.
He blinks his eye. He blinks his eyes. Oh, they're pooping.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting. So as you're standing, there and everything goes black, you blink a bit and you find yourself standing in a very hollow hallway. It's not even a hallway; it is like a judgment room. There is a large judges' table posted in front of you as if you were standing on trial. A spotlight falls on you, and walking out is a female figure. She is hooded with armor around her, very elegant, very beautiful, as she is sitting on a throne in front of this beautiful judge's table. She has, from what you can tell, light brown skin, a strong build, but the cloak covers her face. She looks down towards you and she tilts her head and says, "Greetings, Gadri Stormhammer. Do you
Gadri
know
would
who I am?"
he would Gadri would like shake his head lightly and he would go, "I'm afraid I can't see your face, so I don't believe we've made an acquaintance."
Gadri, roll religion as there is a symbol on the judge's table.
You didn't mention that.
The symbol is of a two-sided axe with scales across it.
11.
You don't know this god. You know it's a prime deity. One of the few that are allowed worship in the Empire. As they look down towards you and says, I hope I'm saying this right. I am Earltheus,
Arathis.
Arathis, otherwise known as the Lawbearer. I am the goddess of judgment and justice.
Gadri would give a deep bow and say, it is an honor to meet you.
Quite. Gadra, your scale has been tipping in both directions, never a nice, even balance to it. I don't know how you got here, and I don't know what sorcery or magic this is, but you are here. And I am willing to answer you before sending you back. One yes or no question. This is a great honor to have, and I hope you do not take the question lightly.
Gadri would ponder for a few moments before looking up at her and going, should I accept Asmodeus's proposal?
She looks to you, and the silence falls. You can almost hear whispers around you as she tilts her head to the side slightly and says, asking that question, you should already asking a question you should already know the answer to. Asmodeus is a tricky fellow. If it were up to me, I would say no. Asmodeus is who is branded as a betrayer for a reason. You are free to do what you want. You are free to make your own decisions. But if you ask this question of me, my answer is no.
He would give a nod and give another bow. I thank you for your counsel, and I hope I make the correct decision.
We all do, Stormhammer. Good luck, Miss Searing Chan. She waves her hand, and a wooden mallet appears in her hand as she slams it onto the desk, and your vision comes back. Gadget, you don't know how you're doing it, but you are no longer on the safety that is the crow's nest, and you are now quite literally standing on the edge of one of the pillars. Macaron and Cat watching you from back, like, what the fuck are you doing?
Would Tyrus notice this being outside?
Bro, she was ready to drop your ass.
Tyrus, roll perception.
Can I roll too since I'm also out there?
Go for it.
15. I'm gonna use a sorcery point to reroll that.
I got a 12.
16.
It's a better roll.
Technically better.
I would say, Tyrus, you notice the sounds of clinking and concerned meows and bubbles being blown as you look up and you see Gadri starting to climb over the side of, um, over the railing. Inca, you don't notice anything until you see Tyrus standing still, just staring up, and you look up to see Gadri walking, which is weird because Gadri's a very clumsy person. You see Gadri walking perfectly calm, perfectly graceful to the edge before suddenly snapping out of whatever it is he's doing and starts like wibble wobbling because, ha, wasn't ready.
It tires immediately as soon as he sees Gadri. Gadri, what the fuck?
Oh, that's no good.
Gadri, roll a dexterity saving throw.
Oh,
I'm
shit.
gonna prepare a Big B's hand in case
Gadri,
he
you're
falls.
gonna fall.
I'm gonna attempt to catch him with Big B's hand.
I would say it's not that hard of a target.
Yeah.
As Gadri, you feel
It's
yourself.
just a massive lump.
You stand there and you're like, whoa, where am I? And then you just hear, Gadri, what the fuck are you doing? And you jump a little bit, causing you to lose your balance, and you start to fall as you land in the hands of a giant spectacle. What is it, blue or green?
It is a shimmering ethereal blue hand that is roughly like basically to him, he would basically be like the size of a baseball to this hand.
You are now snug in a spectral baseball glove.
He's gonna bring Gadri down to the deck.
Inka's gonna rush over and just be like, "You almost made me waste a diamond!" and smack him on the back.
Gadri's gonna look to Enka and go, "No more of those candies."
How did you eat one? What happened?
So
Tyre's gonna look at him and go, you know, there's better ways to go out than drowning.
Gadri laughs a little bit and he goes, No. If I'm going out fighting a Tarask."
Fair.
He looks to the both of them and explains what just happened.
Oh, can I see if I know who that goddess is?
Yeah, can I make a
Both of you
check
roll
as well?
religion.
Really? It's the one thing I'm good at. 14.
I would say, because growing up
Hold
in
on.
the Empire, not you, Skelly. I would say growing up in the Empire and stuff, you, with the clerics, you'd have advantage.
Click.
Haha.
Woo, 18.
You both know who
Aw.
this goddess is.
Yeah, Tyrus would have heard in passing going through the Empire of this deity being one of the accepted deities there.
Inka, you know this goddess. She's not as cool as the Everlight, but you know this goddess.
Remind me again who this goddess is.
The goddess of judgment and law.
Judgment and lull.
They're known as the law bearer.
Yeah,
Honestly?
Enka, relays this to him and just goes,
Yeah.
"Dude, she almost just ended you. Why would you ask such a stupid question?" She's gonna grab him by the shirt and shake him. Of course you're not gonna accept it. What do you think you are?
Tyrus gonna use Big B's hand and kind of flick him in the back of the head.
That's it. It's time for a holy water bath. Let's go. I'm gonna cleanse you in rum and holy power.
Brooke's gonna walk out of her office hearing all of this yelling out there. You have enough passage to hear like stomping and grumbling and stuff going on upstairs as Brooke walks out like, what the hell is going on?
You're just hearing it go, "Come on, take off your clothes. It's time for a bath."
She turns around and walks back into her office.
Tyrus looks at Brooke and go, Gadri almost took a swan dive because of the fuck, what was her name again?
Lawbearer.
Goddess of law and judgment.
Brooke's going to go over to Gadget, place her hands on her shoulders, and just be like, "Are you all right?"
Yeah, he nods a bit and he goes, "Yes, I had an interesting experience thanks to somebody's," pointed look at Enka, "Andy."
Listen, you're not supposed to take it without me there, or else how am I supposed to witness whatever happens?
And Tyrus is just looking at him and go, did you just give Inka the credit of me saving your ass?
No, I didn't get to that part yet.
Oh.
He gave Enka credit for his visit to the goddess of law and judgment.
Yeah.
Oh, I misheard that. My apologies. I retract what I said.
Yeah. And he goes, "I apparently got transported to the territory of the goddess of law and judgment, and she permitted me one question. I asked if I should accept Asmodeus's proposal."
You see Brooke's eye twitch and go, "Why the fuck would you even ask that question? No, you're not going to accept."
That's what the fuck I said. I'll be taking a bath.
Gadri crosses his arms a bit and he goes, "The reason I asked that question is because A, I've been fighting it a lot in my mind because I don't want him to hurt you guys. And B, because it gives the deities up there knowledge of what's happening."
I don't
I'm
know.
sure they're well aware of what's happening.
I'm not even sure if they can do anything. They're in the astral plane.
Or even beyond that, they're beyond the Divine Gate.
Exactly. I'm not sure if they could really do anything besides have you hunted down by their
Gadri kind
little champions.
of nods a little bit and he goes, "Exactly. If we
Nice.
get enough of their champions to come for us, we can explain that I don't want to do this. Get some
I'm-
help."
Gadri, I'm gonna be straight up honest with you right now. If you get some religious zealot after your ass, there's gonna be very little talk. There's gonna be little chance to even talk to them.
Now you listen here, you
This
son
is
of
when
a bitch.
Altera walks up, hearing the word religious zealot. No, I'm kidding.
Althera slams the doors open.
Anti-happening.
Did you say zealot? I am here.
Did you say religious zealot? Hello. No, I'm kidding.
Did you want Althera to make her way up though?
Yeah, she has some like pastries. She's been stress baking a little bit.
Okay, so you
She
go.
also wants to talk to Ixtal. So
So you go up there with your pastries as you walk out and you hear Tyrus go, if you get some religious zealot out here, there's gonna be no talking. As you see everyone kind of surrounding Gadri at the moment.
Anga's got her arm around his shoulders like she's ready to put him in a freaking headlock.
Inside the room with everyone in their little party, no one is aware of what's happening except Dilliu. Dilliu can hear everything that's happening and is choosing to ignore this because he's sipping on his tea. In fact, he gets up, he closes the door, and he just sits back down like it's fine. No, I'm gonna lock it.
Althera's just standing. She blinks and then looks at them. She's like, "Why are we talking about religious zealots?"
Tyrus looks over to Althera and explains to her the abridged version of what just happened, which is Gadri essentially just had a holy vision, which caused him to almost take a swan dive off the mast.
I see.
Besides, he's too
Please don't
too
do
late.
that.
He already has a religious zealot on his ass. Me. I'm gonna cure you of this shit. You hear me?
Yeah.
I'm gonna lose you to some fucking weird ass demon lord or whatever. Nah.
Well, in
Why would
other
you ask
news,
that?
I brought hand pies.
Macaron
Take
suddenly
these.
appears next to you.
She
No
she
longer
hands
worried.
Macaron a little tiny one that she made just for him.
Macaron
Fate.
appears next to you, no longer seeming concerned about Gadri as they take the pie and then float over, sit down. You see them starting to munch like a little gremlin.
Fate smells the pies and immediately swishes between everyone's legs and goes right to Althera. Big old happy smile as her tail starts wagging and she starts giving little bleeding eyes.
Althera gives one to Fate. She made one for all the familiars.
Happily accepts it and goes over and gremlin launches with Macaron.
Anyway, we're gonna go
Because
give
best
Gadri a
friends do
holy
things
bath
together.
now. You wanna join?
I don't know if it's proper for me to see him in that state of undress.
What are you talking about? We've seen that shit like 10 times already. Come on.
Yeah, no, we
What?
took a bath together before.
Brooke
But
kind
you
of
You're not gonna
haven't
miss
seen
much.
naked Gadri?
Brooke kind of rubs her face for a moment and goes, as much as I would enjoy the view, I am not now. Go, go just go get freaking bathe in
Just
holy
go.
water.
Just go.
Well,
Tyrus.
I was hoping to talk to steal Ixtal away for a second. So if you all want to give Gadri a path, I'll take Ixtal.
Yeah, that works. Pray for Gadry.
Good luck,
Tyrus
Gadgery.
And Tyrus kind of just looks at Inca and go, "Good luck, Inca."
I'm gonna purify the shit out of you.
As you do start walking with Gadgery down the stairs, um,
Tyrus looks to Brooke.
Althera, Brooke looks towards you and says, I think Ixtal is in the dining hall.
Wonderful. Thank you, Captain. And
Brooke.
she heads over.
Mm-hmm. What is it?
Well, we do have one last evening here on shore. So, I was hoping we could take the opportunity to fulfill a promise I owe you.
She kind of raises an eyebrow for a moment.
Would you like to have that date?
Sorry, not laughing at you.
That evil grin laugh! Nevi!
Listen, you know I love Gadgery.
Anyway.
Just sorry, not laughing at you, guy.
Brooke kind of thinks for a moment and goes, I could eat.
I did scope out some nice restaurants in town. Perhaps this won't be too much of a wash for to our first visit back to my home place.
She kind of thinks for a moment, just nods like, right. Well. And she kind of looks out at the fort and goes, hopefully he's not still in town.
If he knows what's good for him, which I am praying to every single deity out there that is currently watching over us because of that bullshit, he will know what's best for him.
Don't get their eyes back more on us. Pray to your deity, whichever one it is.
Sure. He kind of looks at the symbol of the traveler. I'll give it a shot.
And Brooke and Tyrus start making their way off the ship. Because I'm assuming they're heading out now, question mark?
They can head out now if Brooke is ready. If she wanted to take any time to prepare or anything, he's not looking like push her. They got all evening, so.
She's good.
Okay. And yeah.
I mean, he's not dressing up. She's not gonna dress up and shit. It's fine.
Actually, there is one thing he's gonna say before we go.
Okay.
Before we go, that bouquet that I got you. Shall we bring it along with us, or would you like to keep it in your room?
I think I'll keep it in the captain's office. It's not exactly something he wants to carry around the whole time you're out eating.
This is fair.
Plus, who knows what exactly is going to happen when we go out there. Something always happens.
Let's not jinx it.
Knock on wood, and she kind of knocks on the boat.
He knocks at a railing. And he's actually going to say a silent prayer to the traveler, to his amulet, be like, I know that I understand that you're some chaos god or something like that, I believe. From what I've heard, please, 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 just let this evening be nice.
You hear a chuckle in the distance.
I would appreciate it greatly.
As Brooke and you head off. Althera, you get into the dining hall, and you see Dilyu and Ixtal there. You see Lilith cheeks kind of puffed as Dilyu's just like, I swear, whatever's happening out there, it's best if we just completely and utterly ignore it.
Huh?
Lilith looks over and goes, out there, did you hear what was going on out there? Dilyu said that we needed to barricade the doors.
Well, I know Gadrick got into a bit of a pickle, but nothing to worry about too much.
Lilith nods and goes, "See? Not to worry. The party will be fine." And Dilly's just like, with this, hmm, just sips on their tea.
Well, I was hoping to steal Ixtal away for a little bit. You two won't mind, will you?
Lilith shakes her head. Nah, Ika stole them away for a little bit before. I don't see why not.
Wonderful.
Ixtal kind of raises an eyebrow, but follows you out of the dining hall.
Althor's gonna take them to a bit more of a secluded spot on the deck, and kind of leans against the railing, and she's like, "You were engaged before, right?"
You see Dilly's face go from being like, it's good
You
to
mean
see you
Ixtal?
to, yeah, Ixtal's face to, it's good to see you to, we're talking about the engagement. All right. Yes, I was back when I was on at the Pallet Grove.
And it was arranged, right?
Yes, it was arranged by my father and another royal family of the Grove.
Got it. Well, I only ask because I just found out that Zympiros is fiance shopping for me, and I wanted some advice.
Don't do it.
What do you mean?
Arranged marriages are, in the lighter term, bullshit. Because you are set up with someone you don't even know if you'll like, you don't even know if your chemistry will match, nor do you know if your sexual chemistry will match. Now, arranged marriages are political gain situations. And I advise that you stand up to your brother and tell him no. Because if he's looking for one for you, that only means he'll look for one for his children. You'd be setting an example for your nieces and nephews. Do you look towards this engagement and smile on your face and say, "Yes, I will do whatever it takes, even if it means living a life of in a world of no love." After all, our our kingdom's goddess is the goddess of love. Would you tell your nieces and your nephews that though we worship the love goddess, we will close our mouths and nod our heads to whoever we are told to love? Or
Well,
sit in a destined marriage without love?
well, no, but I met one of the candidates today, and well, he was nice. I like him,
Dear, if you're able
and
to meet the candidates, that is a whole other story. If you're in charge of your own arrangement, that's a whole other ballgame. But if he's setting you up with someone without you being there, that, my dear, is where I cross the line.
I think he just means for the best. And well, I'm not exactly getting any younger. Yeah.
Dear, your tits are beautiful. You're
What
going
does
to find
that have?
someone.
Okay, well, I don't want to find someone that just stops here. She's like gesturing to her chest. She's like, I look. I know for a fact my brother wouldn't inflict this on his children.
So,
They more than likely will find love easily. What with their aunt being a matchmaker and their father being a king.
you see almost a dark shadow cross Ixtal's face. So, what you're telling me, dear, is that your brother is the type of person that not only falls for the person you liked and marries them, but will only put a fate of forcing you to marry someone you do not know nor know if you would love, but not for his own children. So it's quite literally he has something about you that he's forcing you to do.
I think he just wants the best.
Then he would want the best for his children. So most likely he will do it to his children. If he's only doing it to you out there, then perhaps you need to speak with him about the fact that you two are technically half siblings, if that plays a part into it. Because why would he force anyone that he loves as his own family to such a fate?
Well, in all honesty, I think it's because he wants me to be safe and protected. And, well, I was in the Pallid Grove, but I had a higher calling, and I think it scares him that he's not here to protect me, so he wants to find someone that can.
Well, then we should write them a letter to allow them to know that you are very well protected.
I mean, I'm open to the idea of marriage. I
But you
haven't
don't
had
want an
much luck.
arrange.
Well, if that's the only option that is blessing me, I don't know if I really have a choice.
You always have a choice, dear. And if anything, if you don't trust my advice, speak with her. She is the goddess of love.
I don't know if I want to speak with her again today. She looks at Arthur starts to look a little queasy.
Raises an eyebrow to her. Did something happen between you and the goddess?
Exactly. Just some, religious zealot things, I guess. I did speak with her on you and Enka's wedding.
They raise They raise their eyebrow once again, looking at you. I don't remember an engagement.
Oh, that'll come soon enough. But I have been planning. She reaches into her bag of holding and pulls out like a thick binder scrapbook kind of thing.
A mile long scroll starts rolling off.
No.
Ixtal looks at this and opens one of the random pages, looking into the book, quite confused. Because he doesn't remember Inca mentioning anything about this. Interesting. Then he points to one of the outfits in it and goes, I think this one would look nice, but honestly, you should probably cut off the sleeves. Inca has very nice arms, but I don't remember agreeing to something like this.
Well, the chemistry is undeniable between you two, and well, not ever since, but a little while after I found out that you and I were related, I figured, well, it's only my duty as the Pallid Grove's #1 matchmaker to go ahead and get a head start.
Dear, you do know that you can have chemistry with not only one person, but a multitude of people. Do you not?
Mm-hmm.
So just because we have chemistry, what makes you think we're going to do marriage?
There's something between you two. It's like you're tied together,
Oh,
and
we
I've
were
been preying
very
on
tied
it.
together a couple of times.
No, 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 no. No, 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 no.
So proud of you, Max.
So
I've
proud.
also been praying on it and speaking with her, and Lady Moonweaver also seems to agree with me. So
Well, I love the fact that your goddess believes that, but perhaps you should allow me to speak with my goddess. After all, my faith to the Moonweaver is no longer viable, one should say.
of course,
I'm going to have a nice chat with Inca later tonight.
Fuck out there, you got me in trouble.
Well, I technically only told her today as well that I have been planning your guys' wedding.
And who brought it up?
She was helping me pray to the Moonweaver.
But who brought up marriage between us?
The Moonweaver?
Insight check.
I think that's what happened last session.
Nah,
She's not lying.
Inca brought it up.
Oh, was it Inca? Oh, I don't
Mhm.
remember.
Inca.
Yeah, she had that panic,
She's like,
that
do I want
panic
to marry?
rambling.
13.
Do I like Ixal? I think I like Ixal.
They look to you. They squint their eyes a bit. Definitely going to have a chat with Inca tonight. Altheridia.
Well, yes?
While I have this chat with Inca tonight, do keep Lilith and Dilyu company, won't you?
Sure, I don't see why not. Would you like me to say anything to Zympiros when I try and send another message? I've already tried to tell him that I have found our great grandpibling.
Tell him his elder would like to have a nice personal word with him.
Please don't be mean.
Dear, I am never mean. I am full of attitude, though, so you
Well,
will
then
have to excuse that.
don't be attitude with him, please.
Too damn cute.
If I had no attitude, dear, and they give you a pat on the head, I wouldn't be me. Now would I?
I suppose so.
No, no. I won't have attitude with him. Not much. But Jimmy, on the other hand, might have a few things. And they start walking away.
He's just doing. She calls out to them. He's just doing what he thinks is right.
And with his little age, he has little wisdom. They climb down.
Althera goes to entertain Dilyu and Lilith.
And that's the last we've ever heard of Inga.
Dilly, we're going to switch over to Inca and Gadri, who are in Inca's room because Inca most likely has the biggest bath area and like bathtub situation thing. And what are you two doing?
Inca is blessing the water, telling Gadri to undress.
Gadri, what do you do? Gadri, where are you going? Gadri, Inca, you turn around and Gadri's walked out of the area.
Hey, get your ass back here!
Do you chase after him?
Yeah?
Oh no, you're gonna go full Minotaur run down the hallway.
Right? You're running from a Minotaur, Gadri, in a straight line. What are you doing?
You just hear chasing after you.
So yeah, she, chases him down, grabs him, is like, nah, come on, you're being purified. You're having weird thoughts. I can't accept this.
Gadri, you get about onto the deck when yeah, you don't get away that fucking easy, man. You think I'm just gonna allow you to get away that fucking easy? No. Especially with the door closed. Before Inca grabs on and you see Ixtal standing there as Inca, you start shouting, "Get undressed!" You see Ixtal just staring at you both.
You are gonna be wholly purified in the beautiful divineness that is the Everlight. Come on!
Is that what we're calling it now?
Yes, I shall burn away his sin.
Huh.
Oh man, I think that rum is starting to hit. Unicorn's still alive.
Inca, do you have any holy water on you?
Tyrus does.
I'm sure she's been keeping like a flask of that shit in case she needs to make him drink it.
Just imagine Ixal just walking up on this, just Inca's over here just ripping his clothes off. Just drink the holy water, you fuck!
It's like, listen, I'm sure if we bathe you in holy water enough times, this ick will come off.
Inca, you have a bottle of holy water. Do you throw it at Gadri? Do you empty it on him at all?
That's a good question. Do I manage to grab him at all? Or does he evade my grabs?
Grapple check, both of you.
That was what, strength?
Strength, and then
Athletics?
Gadri. Yours is strength, Gadri. Yours is athletics or acrobatics.
I got a 19! Yeah,
Gadri,
she just
you think
tackles his ass. He's just like, come here!
you think you're doing it. You think you're getting away when Ixal goes on until all of a sudden you feel a huge pressure on your back as you both are just knocked on the ground and Inca is holding on to you.
Like, you will be holy watered!
Are you saying anything, Gadri?
Gadri just kind of looks to Anka. He just kind of looks to Anka and he goes, Anka, I need to think right now.
Ghost says, can't hear Gadri.
Well, Gadri wasn't
Can you hear-
fucking talking.
Yeah, it was.
He's talking now.
I've been talking. What do you mean I haven't been talking?
He hasn't been talking.
Yeah.
We haven't heard you until now, dude.
Okay. Yeah, Gadri just says, Inka, I need to think.
Yeah, clearly. Here, take this. She's gonna shove the flask of holy water into his hands. You drink this, and then I'll let you go.
He
Also,
sighs
I'm like
a little bit.
twice your weight. There's no way you're getting me off of you.
Gadri just kind of takes a deep breath and like rubs his eyes and he looks up at her and goes, as first mate of this ship, get off me.
How dare you pull things on me? But fine. She lets him go.
Ixal walks over and just looks at Inca and goes, as obedient out here as you are in the bedroom. Interesting.
Listen, rank matters. Don't just take that out of a soldier.
I see. Good to know. Good to know. And they look to Gadri. They still, and you can see like their eyes narrow at Gadri because you already know Ixal is not a big fan of Gadri.
Gadri is absolutely not paying attention to Ixtal at all.
It is slightly concerning the fact that he is openly refusing the holy water. Quite interesting. Inca, tonight I would like to have a little word with you. A sweet little angel of ours happened to mention something. And it's a topic we shall talk about tonight.
He just looks confused for a second. You can like practically hear the gears in her brain turning. It's just like, what did I do? That was the last time I fucked up.
The little minotaur in her brain is just squeaking that wheel super hard.
Then she looks to Gadri last time and just goes, listen, alright? Ixtal's like this close to ending you. Please, just next time you see them, drink the holy water in front of them. I don't want you to die. Alright, I like you. You're cool. I don't need you dead.
Gadri just gives a light nod, but it's very obvious that he didn't hear what a single word you said.
Why are you like this? Why is your head so empty? She just shoves the flask against his chest. It's like, just fucking drink it. All right, pray in front of them. Be as holily divinate as possible. All right.
Gadri gives that same nod.
You know, I'm starting to see why Brooke likes you. It's like that's her type. Got it.
Brooke has no type, how dare. Speaking of, switching over to Tyrus Rashad and Brooke. Tyrus, you walk with Brooke and you make your way to the inn/restaurant that you saw on your way.
The last time you and I have been on this map, Max, we had a bar
Don't talk
fight.
about the map. Focus on this.
Yes. Yeah, he scoped this place out earlier and thought it was a fairly nice place. Not too fancy, but felt very homely and warm, which he feels like Brooke would appreciate more.
Alright. Brooke's walking
Yeah.
alongside you. Macaron is still at the ship.
And Fate is dutifully walking behind him. But, you know, she knows that this is a thing that he basically asked her, like, you know, just be calm, it's alright. Don't need to be too excited because we got Brooke here.
Okay. You get to the inn and walk in. It's a lively place. People are chatting, there's drinking, there's a bard playing some music as the barkeep looks over at you and um, kind of like makes a head gesture to one of the maids, the waitresses as they walk over, and they smile at both of you. Welcome.
Hi, room for two?
Room for two?
Yes. Do you have any seating room for two?
Oh, you mean a table?
Yes, please.
I thought you two were looking for a quick room. Anyway, yes, right this way. And starts walking both of us to A2.
I should probably mention with Brooke's perception, she would have noticed that with that confusion, Tyrus understanding what the maids or what the barmaid said. There's a little pink on the tip of his ears.
She leads them to a table and has you both sit down.
We were both trying to turn me around.
I know, I'm sitting here like, why aren't you turning? Bitch, turn! The fuck is this bullshit? Anyway, she smiles at both of us and goes, alright, what can I get you started?
uh, let's start with some drinks and perhaps, if you don't mind, we'll take a look over the menu.
She nods and hands over two pieces of paper and looks towards Brooke and asks her, what is she having to drink? Brooke replies with, just probably juice. She doesn't order any alcohol.
Tyrus will do the same. He'll uh, he'll order a he'll order a non-alcoholic apple cider.
She nods, writing it down, and go ahead and looks at him and goes, I will be right back to take with your drinks and to take your order for your food. And she walks away.
Tyrus looks over to Brooke, gives her a warm smile. I do appreciate you coming out like this.
She kind of blinks at that. 1 second.
yeah, I've been there.
She blinks and she nods but goes, I mean, you did say that you wanted to go have lunch?
Yes. But, this is more than just lunch. I wanted to get to know you a bit more.
Well, ask away.
Well, it's just... There's something about you that piques my curiosity. So much of your history shrouded in very bits of mysteries that, we haven't fully delved into. But, nonetheless, trying to think of like what he would probably say here, because, he's just trying to make small conversation, just to open it up.
Did you have any questions that you wanted to know about me?
Well, nothing in particular. I just want to get to know you. Like, I'm familiar with you and you're familiar with me, but we've never actually had a proper chance to actually spend quality time together. Last time we actually did, I was without soul and we were looking at the starlight under a tree. I wouldn't exactly count that as personal time, but I would like to at the very least have another chance at that.
Well, that's not 100% true.
He tilts his head.
Well, last time we had the moment to really sit down and talk with each other, I believe it was back on the island when we were taking watch.
Yes, but we didn't know each other as well as we do now. It was still the matter of actually learning about each other, like actually figuring out the very basics of if we can trust one another. Now that we've gone past that,
I wouldn't 100% say that we are past that. I'm still kind of a little bit off about what happens back in Lexington. Well, in Shady Creek.
right. I am sorry for the way I acted there. I was very much lost in that moment, and I honestly did not know what to think or feel because I couldn't really feel anything.
Well, little by little you are gaining back my trust.
Smiles at that.
At least I trust you more than I do Tempex.
And that's not a high bar to pass.
I feel like now it is not a high bar, but before it used to be extremely high.
Well, still, I do hope that in time I may be able to prove myself to you. And I could show you that I am serious about wanting to spend time with you, my days with you. Just there's just something about you that very much intrigues me, Brooke. And I want to explore that.
It could possibly be the magic that you've never seen before, Tyrus. And the fact that water genasi apparently aren't very common.
Oh no, there is that. That part does pique my curiosity, but it's not just that. It's not just what's on the surface or what makes us us. I just want to know more about who you are.
Then ask a question.
It's not it's not a matter of something I can ask. It's something I have to experience.
She thinks for a moment, taking this information in, and goes, well, what have you experienced so far? And don't just talk about the good things. I don't need you to sit here and have you just try and make me sound like I am amazing person.
Well,
From the times that we have spent together, what have you noticed exactly about me?
you want me to be 100% honest?
As long as you throw out the bad things as well.
Well, as I promised you before, I will be nothing but honest with you, Brooke. There's a lot that is good about you that I like. And yes, there are some bad. No one's perfect. But that doesn't mean that it will detract from who you are that I like.
That was extremely vague.
I
Interesting,
know.
but vague. Alright, how about instead of just simply sitting around? Because in order to see more things about me, you can't really do that from just simply sitting at a at a restaurant. You're going to have to ask some questions in order to actually know who I am.
Well, yes, there are some things that you can learn about the person simply by asking. But if there's anything I've learned, you learn more about the person about observing them and seeing what they do.
Great. Do that after the restaurant. I'll ask the first question.
All right.
She thinks for a moment and says, What is what's the funniest stories that you can think of from your childhood? Something your mother would still talk about to this day.
From my childhood. Let's see. He kind of thinks for a moment on that. Well, there was one time where I did attempt to try and learn a bit of leather making from my father's sets, and I didn't realize how much the the liquid that is used for tanning leather stains. I should say that my hair wasn't as gold as it was once back then,
So you
or
got
my
it all in your hair.
well, not just in my hair. I also got it all over my head, my arms, hands, even some inside of my shirts. So it's just it basically. She basically said I looked like I was dipped into an inkwell, upside down.
Uh, did your father get upset?
uh, he was a little upset, but thankfully it wasn't that kind of upset that he would tan my hide for. No, it was more of a, you know, I wasted some material and this, that, and the other. You know how much money that tanning costs? It gave me a lecture, but that's pretty much it. We laughed about it later. And you can see that after he says that, a sort of like that smile, that warm smile on his face, kind of disappears slightly as like he looks off in space a little bit. There was a lot of things that he did, both good and bad, but mostly good. It was my mom that encouraged me to be curious of the world. But it was my father that told me that if there's anything worth doing in the world, it's worth doing right.
Tell me, when it comes to your whole tan skin, is that an actual tan, or is that just leftovers from the stain that never went away?
No, this is all natural. Uh, Traveling skin, as it were. I wasn't, I wasn't always this tan, of course, but when you're out on the road as often as I am, you tend to get a little sun. What about you?
Hmm?
Does Genasi skin ever tan? I'm curious about that.
I can't say that I have ever tanned before. Really? Maybe the pigment gets a little darker, but I know in Jorhas back when I was still training and everything, there's not exactly much sun allowed. Maybe once or twice a year, they allow the sun to open up and we bask in the light. But um, my skin did get quite lighter when I was there from the lack of sun. It was mainly darkness, twilight, and green torches.
I'll be honest, sounds kind of dreary, but I'm willing to bet there's some beauty in there. At the very least, it kept you around long enough.
Kept me around for a personal gain, but Rosanna isn't. It isn't hideous. It's quite pretty. I think the best place to be though is the Mags can't speak. The Vermaloc Forest.
Has Tyrus heard of the Vermaloc trees or anything? Or the Vermaloc forest?
Go ahead and roll a history. No, roll nature for the trees.
Okay, there we go.
So
Fuck it, 4.
you've heard of the wood, but you haven't really seen it. It's not a very popular thing in Tal'Dorei, and especially not in the Empire.
Hmm.
You don't think you've ever heard any mention of it out in Marquette?
Vermaloc. I don't
Yes,
think I've actually seen that before.
they're really beautiful. The bark is a deep purple, and the leaves are a gorgeous, very gorgeous red.
Huh. That does sound beautiful.
It's kind of far away from. Um, it's kind of far away from Rosanna. It's closer to. Fuck, what is the name of that city? Starts with an A. I'm just gonna call it by its title. Um, it's close to the city of the beasts. If I was well behaved enough, a kind goblin lady would from the dens would take me to go see it.
Asarius?
Yes, Asarius.
He nods. Well, I can see why you have such a spirit for travel,
I
being
honestly
cooped
don't.
up for so long. Hmm?
I honestly don't. I don't actually like travel.
Huh.
The
Alright.
seeing things is great and everything, but I prefer if I was just still. I I don't know. I guess it's always been a thing for me to just want to not have to worry about making my way literally anywhere as far as away from Rosanna as possible and not get caught. I've always been trying to move because the more I move around, the harder it is to detect, and that's why I would prefer just a quiet life. Nothing major, nothing big. I would be perfectly fine literally sitting in a tiny home on the edge of some city for the rest of my life.
Kind of sounds like the life I left behind.
Yes, it's quite opposite to what you have in mind. I know you yourself like to travel a lot.
I like to be curious about the world. It's less about the travel is important, the journey to getting there. But the goal is its own reward to see the wonders of Exandria. And honestly, if I didn't travel to where I have, I wouldn't have met you and the rest of the Chuckle Fucks out on that ship out there.
I don't know if I would have ever met you from staying in Rosanna. I'm sure I might have met Gadri, um, either a prisoner of war or meeting him on the battlefield. Perhaps Inca. And Althera's family, she says she's I believe she said a lady or a noble? A noble of some kind in the Palace Grove. I'm sure if
Yes.
she had any diplomatic meetings with Jorhas, I probably would have met her then.
Yeah, I think I caught wind of some of that as well. I will say though, she is also an interesting character. She kind
Very
of views
much so.
herself. She views herself not only as a cook but also as a matchmaker.
I'd like to see her skills sometime. I'm quite interested. But, in all honesty, Althea is. She's the ray of sunshine that I kind of wish that I grew up to be. I don't know. The way that she is makes me think of how, when I think of her, I think about what it might have been like if I grew up with my moms.
Well, you at least still have that chance.
I don't know about that one. She, soon the waitress gets there and she places the drinks down. She looks at them and goes, "So, what would you like to order?"
Uh, well, we're having lunch, so perhaps something light and easy to take along with us, perhaps.
Brooke kind of raises an eyebrow. I thought we were staying in to eat.
Well, we can. I'm just saying, it is lunch. Mostly eat light things for the middle of the day.
Maybe you.
I'll be honest, I'm squandering here a little bit. It's been a minute.
It's been a minute that you sat down to eat, or been a minute since you've sat down to eat with people?
Eh, more sat down to eat with someone I'm interested with.
Hmm. You should get out more.
Perhaps I should.
The waitress kind of stands there, kind of tapping her pen against the paper, like,
Yeah, he's just gonna order a simple meal, maybe. What have we got around here? Probably a leg and a side salad.
they go ahead and write that down. Brooke orders a
Oh, and a
simple
bread for them to share.
stew, a nice beef stew, and um, pastries on the side, like a couple like quiches or something. Something with what is it called? Uh,
Tart.
no, with puff pastry in it. And they nod as they write it down and tell them that they will be right back with it. And as that happens, we're going to switch over to another member of the group. Give Skelly some breathing room. Let's see. Let us switch back over to Althera Diora.
War.
War?
War.
No, no, you gotta do it the right way.
What?
You gotta do the rar in the right way. You know the way we're talking about.
I no, that's not what I'm doing. I'm saying what with an R at the end instead of a T.
Nah, it sounds like you're saying rar.
No, I'm
Rar.
not. I'm gonna kill you, Matt.
Okay, you make your way down. Let's activate this. You make your way down the stairs and you walk into the dining hall to find Dilliu and Lilith both kind of talking amongst each other. Dilliu kind of looks like they're explaining something as Lilith is holding a symbol in her hand. Her tail kind of swishing.
What's going on here?
Dilliu looks over and smiles and goes, "Oh, Lilith decided that she was curious about the small holy symbol I have."
I didn't know you had a holy symbol.
They nod and smile as Lilith holds it up to you. Go ahead and roll religion while I pull up the symbol.
Okay. 21.
Is this? Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna put it in the embed. You see a golden medallion symbol with a female's face on it. As Dilliu explains, this is the symbol of Avandra, the Changebringer.
Oh?
When um, when I was with my family and I was chatting with my sister, I found that she had apparently been worshiping the Changebringer, and after she passed, I was able to find her holy symbol, and I keep it with me. Out there, you know
That's a
that
very
the
sweet.
change. Sorry.
No, go ahead.
You know that the Changebringer is known as she who makes the path, the goddess of freedom, trade, travel, adventure, and luck. She encourages her followers to venture into unknown territory. Her nature leads to few temples dedicated to her in the central of civilization, but they are mostly found in well-traveled roads. Her worship includes merchants, free spirits, and adventurers.
Okay.
She is on par with the Moonweaver when it comes to things like trickery, but hers isn't more for the sake of love, more for the sake of finding who you are.
Mm-hmm.
Lilith smiles, um, and Lilith smiles and looks towards out there and says, "I'm kind of interested in this religion in particular because so purple dragons are kind of not the best when it comes to stories. They tend to fall into the quote unquote evil spectrum. But my mom said that I can grow up to be anything I'd like."
Well, she's correct. I think it's good that you're able to find a religion like that, Lilith. Kind of turn a new leaf and fight the stereotyping on purple dragons.
She smiles up at you and she goes, "So, my dad isn't evil per se, but he can be greedy, like all dragons can. He has a horde of his own." Mom says that his horde is much better than uh, Tambrix's dad's, so that's something to brag about. And I hope that one day I can have a horde just as awesome as his. You see her eyes start to sparkle.
Well, I'm confident you will.
Maybe. So, Tal'Dore's great and all, but I kind of liked the menagerie area. Maybe I can set up my dragon cave near the grove.
Why would you want to set it near the grove? I'm afraid it's not quite pretty yet.
She thinks for a moment and goes, well, all dragons need a place to watch over. And plus, if you return over to the grove and Ixtal returns to the grove, I can be near you guys.
It's a very sweet sentiment, Lilith. I'd like that very much. And after all, we may be returning to the grove sooner rather than later.
I'm not sure about that one. And Dilio kind of chimes in as he says, the searing channel is going to take about 2 weeks there and 2 weeks back. And then he kind of pulls out a map and lays it out as he says, the captain wants to pass by Diver's grave, which I'm not sure that's the safest place for Lilith to be around or any of us, but you know, that's what the captain wants. And then we have to head to Darktoe, and then we pick it up from there. It's gonna be quite some time before I think we see land again.
Right, sorry. I think what I meant to say was, I might be returning to the grove sooner rather than later.
You see Lilith's ears kind of droop as she goes, you're gonna leave us?
Well, hopefully not, but being a noble comes with certain, responsibilities. And if my brother calls me away, I might have to listen.
Well, tell your brother that when he calls you away, tell him that you're definitely on your way, but just take your time.
I don't think I'll have a choice with you around.
I'm going to cause so many detours.
Please don't.
So
I'd,
many
I'd like to
detours.
see I'd like to see my nephew before he takes his first steps.
When do like pallet elf little worm babies actually like start walking?
Well, it's a bit different for my nephew. I don't know if he takes more of a half elf side or a half orc side. If it's half orc, then he's going to age much faster. If it's half elf, well, he'll age similarly to me. So it's a toss up, honestly.
She thinks for a moment and goes, that sounds complicated.
It is. It is.
Dad says I'm going to age just like him. And that means I will one day be an ancient dragon. I'm going to scare the hell out of your brother.
Please don't. I think he'd like you a lot, so I don't think there's any need for scaring. In fact, he's honestly quite terrifying.
There's always a need for scaring. It's
Well, other than that, what else are you guys doing down here?
well, we're fixing to clean up this huge this, and she kind of like gestures to all of the food around.
Oh, well, let me help.
She smiles and she stands up as she starts grabbing some stuff and goes, by the way,
Hmm?
did everyone get their baskets?
I'm fairly certain.
Good, good. I hope they make.
Why?
Man, this is heavy. She starts walking with like a shit ton of trays of food.
Lilith?
As she walks out, and you hear Dilly kind of chuckle and go, "Whatever it is, I'm sure it's not that bad.
I hope
Just,
not.
just embracing the trickery is all. You doing okay?
What is it?
Are you doing okay? You seem kind of
Oh,
shaken when you got back from the night hags.
fine. It was just, well, you know how fighting with night hags can be. Terrifying, mind-altering, gross.
Yeah, Lilith was very detailed in the the fight. Glad to know you know how to use a dagger.
Oh, you have to. But besides that, I have a question for you,
What?
Deal. And she just slide up a little closer, with a smile on her face, trying to change the subject.
Ask away.
I heard you made a new friend. Someone that helped you with these baskets. A very pretty friend.
She was definitely interesting.
Mm-hmm. Tell
Sure.
me more. What was her name?
You see like a depression come over this poor boy. I didn't get her name.
Oh, why?
I was busy. There was a lot going on. I know a couple of the kids' names.
But you don't know the one person that's your age.
Well, they're not exactly my
Or
age.
younger, older?
They're a bit younger. They're about 50.
Okay, okay. Well, tell me about them. What they look like? What was their temperament? Did you happen to catch their star sign?
What's a star sign?
It's a you know how whatever day and month you're born, uh, you're usually given a star sign or a constellation.
He just kind of shakes his head like, oh. Uh,
Okay, well, never mind that. Tell me more about this wonderful person you made baskets with.
he starts picking up plates and such as he thinks for a moment and goes, well, they're on the shorter side of. I think they're actually shorter than you. Um,
Okay.
she had dark skin, really, really pretty eyes.
Mm-hmm.
They had almost diamond like qualities to them. And red hair.
Go on. Red hair.
Hmm.
Interesting.
She was wearing a some overalls with some patches in them. Looks like she was working on quite a few different things at once. And I know that she has a really big family.
Hmm. Well, tell you what, once we're done cleaning up, I need you to come to my room. I'm going to be doing a proper matchmaking session.
Uh, I don't know if that's really necessary. I mean, we're going to be leaving port and everything, and they had to head back to their home.
She puts her finger like on his lips. Shh. Hush, Delia. This is necessary. I promise.
How necessary.
Very. As a devotee of the goddess of love, very.
Mm. All right, I'll humor you.
Oh, thank you. And she pulls him into a hug as she casts some mage hands to help with the dishes.
As the mage hands pick up the dishes and everything starts going to uh sorry, brain. Common is hard.
Mm-hmm.
As you both start making your way down, you can see Lilith is going up and down. She's carrying um trays on her hands, on her horns, on her tail. She's just continuously going back and forth as you two make your way down to the kitchen, which is 15 feet below, 15 under the ground below. There we go. As you two start putting away things and cleaning up, you see Coda has absolutely made themselves a nest within the kitchen. You,
Aww. He has a nest in Althera's room.
oh, I'm aware. You can see your pots and pans are all gathered around in almost like a fort like thing. your dishcloths have
Mhm.
now been taken from their drawers and have been turned into a nest.
Altair is heartwarmed by this scene. It's so cute.
You can see a couple baskets knocked over as they were grabbing things and putting them into the nest.
Oh, my poor tired baby. Coda, you know you don't have to make a nest here.
Dakota look towards you. And then they just like slowly go into the nest like, this is mine.
Okay.
Is that normal for
Uh,
owl bears?
for, yes. Although he has his own nest in my room, it only makes sense that he would also see this as his territory.
Hmm. Do you think he has hidden nests all around the ship?
Possibly. I wouldn't be surprised if he had a nest in the captain's quarters.
Wonder if Brooke would be upset about that. Kind of thinks for a moment. I mean the captain. I wonder if the captain would be upset about that. It feels weird calling
Who
her
knows?
captain, even after all this time. Did you die?
Hmm?
Oh,
No,
I
I'm
thought you
still
died.
here.
I thought my Discord
Nope.
died. I was like, God damn it. It feels weird calling her
We've all died.
captain after all this time. I
Oh, that's right. You've known her since fairly the beginning.
not quite. I known her for a little while before she became captain. It's just strange. She never really struck me as the captain type.
Oh well.
Someone that did know her though. He kind of like thinks for a moment. There is Orion.
Who's
Hmm.
Orion?
Oh, he's a cleric out in Darktow. He apparently knew Brooke before we headed back to the menagerie, and I got to meet Brooke for the first time. They had mentioned that they knew her from the crew, but never really had much interaction with her.
Ah, I see. I'd love to meet him one day. Perhaps hear some stories about our captain.
I'm sure he's got plenty. I think you'd like him. He's kind of thinks for a moment. It's in the 6 foot range. He's an
All
owl,
right. Oh,
and I believe he's a follower of the Storm Bear, the Stormbringer,
interesting.
Storm Lord. And you kind of see them thinking for a moment.
Distant crack of lightning.
And you see their ears kind of like droop. Ah. I believe it's Stormlord.
Hmm.
But I think you'd like them. I feel as if their devotion to their god is on par with yours.
Well, it'd be nice to meet a fellow holyman.
I mean, there's Gadry, though his is kind of complicated.
Yeah.
Speaking of Gadry, where are you? What are you doing? If you say crow's nest, I'm gonna fight you.
No, Gadry is at the front of the ship.
Holy
He's taking a bath
shit!
in the crow's nest.
Gadry's not in the crow's. Oh my god, this is a beautiful day. What are you doing, Gadry? What are you thinking about? What's going on in your mind?
Near, far. wherever- no.
And that's where we end session tonight. Goodbye, folks.
Goodbye forever. Session done.
Gadry suddenly gets pushed by an invisible force off the front of the ship and he gets run over by the keel. How'd that happen?
No,
So,
Gadry is he's thinking on the whole Asmodeus situation. He knows that siding with Asmodeus and being his champion will cause so many problems. But at the same time, he also knows that denying Asmodeus will also cause problems.
Gadri, you also know that Osmodio,
Asmodeus.
shut up.
Asmodeus.
Osmodius
That's his
has
buddy name.
promised that if you do help him in this venture, that you will be seeing your crew who died again. You will have a chance to save them.
Yeah, but Gadri also knows that Asmodeus is the god of trickery and very much does not believe a single word that he has said so far. So it's very much he knows, like, it's definitely a deal with the devil for him. He knows that if he helps, there is the chance that Asmodeus will follow through with his request, with his offer, but at the same time, Asmodeus is very much can just say, "Oh yeah, you know what? Nah, I'm not doing that," and just completely betray him because it is 100% within his nature to do so.
Fair enough, fair enough.
And Gadri is a lot of things, but willing to take that chance to put all of his family here in danger. That's that's why he's thinking so much, and that's why he's also, that's why he asked the question that he did.
Perhaps you should have asked, is Osmodius going to betray me in the end? Anyway.
Drops to his knees. Shit!
No.
You just hear a horseman yell out, "No, it's called I'm the King, not that one. Wrong movie."
But other than that, Gadget's just kind of contemplating and thinking to himself.
Is there anything you want to do at this moment besides sitting down and contemplating?
Uh, there's not really too much for him to do. He gave Brooke his gift. He escaped the bath. I mean, yeah, he
For
doesn't.
now.
Yeah.
You have the flask of holy water in your hands.
Yeah. Honestly, there's not a whole lot for Gadri to really do right now
All right.
until, yeah.
Inca, what are you doing?
Enka's getting drunk with unicorns.
Is there any conversations to be had with the unicorn?
I don't know what he wants to talk about, unicorns. I don't remember what I did wrong.
Unicorn nods, going, relationships are complicated.
Like,
He
I
did,
always hear it's never good when your partner says we need to talk.
but are you two really partners?
I don't know.
As
Just
you begin to just
puts her face in the barrel. Just bubbles.
Unicorn looks to you and goes, there, and like pats you with a hoof as they're like, I mean, have you tried figuring out what it is they want? They did say an angel told them something.
It's not helpful. You don't understand how much deity bullshit these people run into?
But Ixal doesn't seem like the religious type. Who would he call an angel?
Probably Althera? Oh god. What did she tell him?
You say this as you see Lilith walking, starting to head back down towards the kitchen with dishes.
Just walking back past Enka having a meltdown.
She looks over towards Inca.
Lilith, what did Althera tell Ixtal?
Uh, sorry, no speak Minotaur. She starts slowly walking away like you're You seem so upset right now. Human emotions. Minotaur emotions. Human emotions are complicated enough, woman.
She starts running away. Ah, the boomer's having an existential crisis. Time to run away.
Oh god, I hope she didn't tell her when I said the woods. That'd be embarrassing. That'd be very embarrassing. No, she said she wouldn't.
Unicorn looks at you and goes, "What did you say in the woods?
I don't remember.
How do you not remember?"
Because I was rambling. Who knows what the fuck I said?
Well, now you
I
have
was
to
nervous.
ask. Now
The
you
fucking goddess of love was in my ear, bro.
now you have to ask Althera what exactly you said.
So she brought out a book, a wedding planning book. Oh, did she show Ixtal the wedding planning book? I'm gonna fucking die. Ixtal's gonna kill me. You're
Why
not
would
gonna see me tomorrow.
why would Ixtal kill you?
Why would Ixtal kill me? You think Ixtal wants to get married? No.
I don't know their life. They might. Lilith walks into the kitchen. Althera. Inca's having a meltdown
Oops.
upstairs.
I didn't realize I was muted. Why is Inka having a meltdown?
I don't know.
Alright, let me go see what's wrong. And she like stands up and starts walking up the stairs.
Zilliu kind of like thinks for a moment, like, "Ha, I have successfully evaded the card reading or whatever it is she was about to do."
Oh, that's later. Althera hasn't forgotten.
You go
Oh,
upstairs
there.
and you see Inca with her head in a barrel.
Are you and Unicorns having a drinking contest?
You. What did you tell Ixtal?
I
Did
told
you
him that
show
I'm
them the
getting
book?
married. Maybe.
No, why?
They
You
were
see
very interested in it.
Unicorn slowly starts like backing to the other side, like, "Oh, I'm gonna let you guys talk."
They seemed very interested in it. And the topic was already on weddings.
Uh, this is back in the barrel.
Out there,
They
you
picked
see in
out
the background.
they picked out a huh.
You see in the background a macaron with a bowl of your chocolate chips, just sitting there munching, watching, with Cat by his
A
side and Unicorn's like, "What is happening here?"
All the peering over the, all the peering over the crate, just like ooh, drama.
I'm just imagining her familiar Gladio's also there, just vibing. Um, out there just rubs Enka's back. She's like, they picked out a dress they think would look nice on you.
That's so like them. Oh, no, they want to
What?
talk later. What do I tell them? I still don't even know if I love them. Do I love them? Maybe. I don't know.
Uh,
Con
well,
saving throw Inca disadvantage.
how do they make you feel when you're just the two of you?
I'm lovely a 4.
They're drunk.
I am wasted.
So how
Holy
do they
shit, that's a
make
2
you
and a
feel?
3.
They make me feel good and special, but like, don't they do that with everybody?
I mean, maybe, but this is how you feel about them. Here, I used to do this trick in the temple. Close your eyes
Mm-hmm.
and picture the future. Your most ideal future.
Okay.
What do you see?
I see my family on a
Mm-hmm.
farm with fluffy cows. Uh, I see little minotaurs with white hair and
Mm-hmm.
pale fur.
Now, how do you think they would get these traits?
Because I'm fucking in love with your uncle.
There, you finally said it. And she's like petting her back, like, see, that wasn't so hard.
She's sobbing horribly.
You hear gasp, and you look over. You see Macaron, like looking like mouth agape as you see Cat looking over at Macaron with a cat smirk. As Macaron pulls out like these shiny little tokens and slides it over. Cat freaking pulls them over, just like, haha, I win. Gadri, you're standing there staring out into the ocean, having this deep, pondering thought when you hear Inca scream, I'm in love with your uncle!
Horse is is doing that Puss in Boots cats. Ooh.
Gadri, you got any response you want to give? Gadri?
Matt?
Sorry, I didn't realize I didn't hit the be back in a moment button.
Ah. So you're staring out into the water and having this like deep thought as suddenly you hear Inca scream, I'm in love with your uncle. And then lots of sobbing.
Yep, gonna just ignore that.
You're trying to have your anime protagonist like moment with the rain and everything. Like, god damn, these people.
Don't they know I'm brooding? I'm trying to brood up here in peace.
Can
God,
I
let me
see Gadri
brood.
brooding?
Just drunk sobbing in the background.
You can,
How can I prove Tyrus wrong that I am actually Batman? Come on.
as you're looking around at Macaron and them, you're like, you kind of like look around to see who else is watching this mess. And you see Gadri over at the front, like frozen. Like, if I don't move, they won't notice me.
Their vision is based on movement.
Hey, where'd you go?
He's very pointedly looking in the opposite direction.
Althor's just gonna pat Inca on the back. What can I cast to help her drunkenness? Do I have
Oh,
anything?
let me be drunk. I don't want to have control of my inhibitions right now.
Cast Feel the Rain on your skin.
Does healing word cast drunkenness?
Does what?
Does healing word
No.
heal drunkenness?
That's wounds only.
Yeah, because
Damn
drunkenness
it.
is poisoning, basically. Yeah, it's
Well then
alcohol
yeah, I can't
poisoning.
do shit. But she's gonna pat Inca on the back and she's like, alright, we'll just get some water from the kitchen.
Out there, just
I'm gonna go.
I suggest you stop being
Moves her head
She-
out of the rum barrel and puts it in the water barrel.
She's like, I'm gonna go check on our favorite paladin. And she's gonna make her way over to Gedry.
Pathetic water burbling noises.
You make your way over to Gadri.
Hi, buddy.
Gadry would give her a nod. He goes, "Hello."
How are you feeling?
Worried.
Do you want to talk about it?
Kind of chuckles a little bit, and he goes, "It's difficult knowing that for the longest time I thought that I was helping the Everlight, and turns out that I've been a puppet of Asmodeus this whole time." He says as he like looks at the mark on his arm.
Ah, uh, yeah, I can see why that would cause a bit of distress. Well, even though that happened, I know you're good. And I know you're making a change to make sure that that thing doesn't have any attachment to you anymore.
He kind of takes a breath and he kind of goes, "I'm worried that if I deny Asmodeus that this scar will go away, and whatever it's covering will show.
What is it covering?
He kind of looks to her and he goes, "What do scars usually cover?"
Wounds?
He kind of gives a nod. He goes, "I feel the heat under my skin. I feel not pain, but something that's being blocked by these scars." Covers.
Altair just kind of. Oh, sorry.
You've seen how much of me it covers.
Right.
If these scars just disappear, then would I make it?
We'd make sure of it. That you'd make it.
Would there be enough of me to make sure that I could make it?
Of course there would. I don't like that you're talking like this, Gadri. And if you're gonna start worshipping the Everlight, then well, you've got to have some hope.
I do have hope. I've always had hope. Always the thing that keeps me going forward. I don't want to lose you guys, and I don't want to lose myself.
You know how that feels. That fear, anyway. And all I can really say is no matter what happens, if the scars go away and there's hardly anything left of you to keep here, or if everything's perfectly fine when the scars go away, I want you to know that I at least will do everything in my power to make sure that you stay alive. You may be a little mismatched skin wise, but you'd be alive. And I'd
Gadri
be doing
kind
something heroic.
Gadri kind of looks at her and kind of goes, "Don't let Tyrus donate."
She's kind of laughs, like, no, 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 not me. Or not Tyrus. No. Um, he still has lots to do.
Kind of nods a little bit and he goes, "Thank you. I'm just, on one hand, I don't want to trust Asmodeus. But on the other hand, I don't want to lose you guys. And I feel that if I do what he asks, I could end up hurting you guys. But if I don't, he'll end up hurting you." And
That is tricky.
kind of sighs a little bit and gives a gives an annoyed sound as he leans against the railing.
Well, if he tries anything, I'm not very strong or big, but I'll defeat him myself. And I'll look good doing it.
He kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "Go team bad dexterity, right?"
Exactly. And she kind of leans against him and chuckles. Now let's work on turning that frown upside down. You look better with a smile.
He chuckles and pats her head and kind of goes, "Well, I am hungry for something sweet."
Oh, I think I might have some owlbear claws here in my bag. If Bartholomew didn't eat them. And she's like
Kinda-
reaching into her bag.
Yeah, he kind of chuckles and like gives like a look around before going, "I wonder if Brooke's around." Before giving her a laugh and looking to see if she's pulled out those owlbear claws yet.
She has, but she also clocked what he said, and she's like, "Oh, you're the next person I'm doing a reading on." And hands him the owlbear claw.
He laughs a little bit and takes it and gives her a little nod. "Thank you, dear."
She's gonna blush a little at him calling her dear. She's like, "Well, once I'm done with Ixtal, you be sure to come by my room next." And she's gonna go back. She's gonna go back downstairs because you promised Ixtal that reading, and she's gonna
mean
fulfill
Dilly?
that promise. Dill you, yes, dill you.
I was like,
I
what the
meant
fuck
dill
did
you.
you do to Ixtal?
Dill you, I meant dill you. Oh, my brain, my sleepy, sleepy brain.
We're
Also,
gonna-
hi, Cam.
We're gonna switch on over to back to Brooke and Tyrus. If anyone needs to use the restroom, should we go on break?
Yeah,
It's
let's
about
go on
2
break.
Yeah, it's about.
I
2
kind of gotta
minutes.
Yeah,
pee.
we can go on break.
Okay. Hello, everyone. We are back, and we will be switching over to Tyrus and Brooke. Where did that map go?
You lost us, Max.
Mm-hmm. I totally
How
did.
could you?
Like, I'm not
I can't
gonna
believe
fucking
this.
lie here. I totally did. There it is.
Dishonor?
Happened.
Dishonor on you?
I couldn't remember
Dishonor
if
on
it was the
yourself?
menagerie or Rexing Gym. Okay, I'm sorry. What if it's activated now? Shut up. Alright. So, back at the inn where Brooke and Tyrus are having their meal. Their meal has been brought to them and they have started eating.
Tyrus has kind of been making small conversation with her over the meal, but yeah, food is good.
Brooke thinks for a moment, Arn questions and goes, "What is the weirdest thing you've ever collected or wanted to collect?"
I've always wanted to collect certain, like, a stone from every place that I've gone to.
Have you not?
No. I tried to, but I started weighing my bag down pretty quickly. How about you?
Brooke thinks for a moment and goes, "Weirdest thing I think I collect, though I'm not 100% sure if they're weird, is puzzle boxes.
Ooh.
But if stones are too heavy, why not collect leaves in a book?"
Just stares at you for a moment. Ah, that would have been actually so much easier.
It would.
I should probably do that. Maybe take you and the crew along with me at some point.
Leaves in a book, or maybe the town's most prominent flower.
I've thought about that one actually, but I've also grown to have massive respect for books, and I don't want to stain the pages.
Just take. You could take two pieces of plain paper and put them on the pages to cover it.
Hmm.
After pressing down as many as you can, you could even attach some to books and perhaps send them to your mother.
That would actually sound pretty nice. I'm sure she'll enjoy that. I think I shall do that actually. Start a flower book of my travels.
Hmm.
A flower book aboard the W.T.Fs.
I can't believe you guys picked that name.
It is kind of fitting though.
So, biggest question right now is, what do you think of the two new traveling companions we have come across?
Oh, what was that? You kind of broke up a little bit.
What do you think about the two traveling companions that we have come across? Definitely different from our usual team.
Trying to think, who is the two that she's talking
Altair
about?
and Inca. The
Oh,
two new people.
they've been around for so long. I just didn't really like think of them as new at this point. Uh, Tyrus kind of mulls over a little bit and goes, "Inca is definitely an interesting character. Very much a headstrong type character, but has her head in the right place. Althera, Althera is very whimsical and very eager to enjoy time with others.
Hmm.
You can kind of recognize that when she took over the kitchen, because that's honestly one of the main reasons I chose to cook. Don't get me wrong, I love to cook, but part of the enjoyment of cooking is sharing it with friends and those you care about and enjoying a meal with them. It always tastes much nicer with friends.
Brooke thinks for a moment and says, "I guess it's been a while since I've actually sat down with people to eat. It was a different change. A welcoming change." I think Algetha is really good for the party, and I think Inka's really good for Gadri's whole Asmodeus thing.
Yeah, I hope that she is successful with that.
I wonder if Gadri's going to be okay with after the whole deity situation.
And Tyrus kind of like takes in a deep breath through his nose as he's like, just, yeah, there's a lot going on with him that I hope that does go well with him eventually.
There's a lot going on with everyone between, well, everyone except Inka.
Yeah,
Deity wise,
it's
Inka's pretty solid.
cut back to camera, just looking over back at Inca, like I said, I loved him. Ah, the one and only time that we miss her having a mental breakdown.
Inka's very solid, very well put together. Flash over to Inka, head of the barrel.
You know, Horace, slow down. You're gonna make the endless barrel of rum go empty.
But you with Oberon and the Traveler, me with uh Gadri with Osmodeus and the Everlight, and then Althea with her DT shoes. So I wonder how all of us actually get sleep at night.
uh, it was troubling, very difficult at one point, but it does help whenever you have magical objects that help you with that.
Hmm.
But speaking of which, you know, I don't think this would be good dinner talk. We could talk about that later.
Have you been sleeping well, by the way? I've noticed that your personality and attitude during the day has changed.
Yes. Let's just say that we have our newcomers have been really good picks for the crew.
I'm glad to hear. I was surprised when Althea wanted to just join out of nowhere.
Huh? She did, didn't she?
Yeah, I met her on the beach, and she kind of followed me when she saw my mimic flute, and we took mushroom. Well, I took a mushroom, and I offered her half, and all of a sudden she asked to join the crew.
So she joined under the influence. That's what you're saying.
No, she wasn't under the influence. I was under the influence.
Because I was about to say that's kind of par for the course. I'm going to be honest.
Uh,
It's not too surprising.
I mean, when I joined my first crew with Three Youngs, it was join or die. So, very pirate-like.
Yeah, I'm glad we got rid of that bitch.
Yeah. And I hope she stays gone.
Definitely so. Hmm.
The meals are finished. Brooke definitely orders desserts to go.
Tyrus orders an extra one so that he could try a little bit, but it's mostly just so that he can feed Brooke a few more sweets on the road.
You see Fate is staring at you.
And of course, he gives Fate some treats as well. Kind of snuck her some of his leg that he had, and ordered a small little bit of like cheese and a little bit of like meat to go with it as well, so that Fate can enjoy a little something something.
So, you get up to leave the restaurant after a nice meal and some conversation. Is there anywhere else you would like to go?
He mostly just wants to walk and talk with Brooke if possible, or if like if there's anything she wishes to speak with, you know, with him about. Basically, that would be the time to do so. He just basically he's more just looking to like just enjoy a nice time with her, and yeah, just kind of see like how they are with each other, which he does actually. On the way out, he down the road, he does kind of bring that up a little bit. He's like looking to her and goes, "So, I hope you had a wonderful evening with me, or a wonderful afternoon.
It was quite tasty.
We should do some. We should do some more sometime."
Maybe.
I I am curious about something.
Hmm.
Um, I know you were aware of my feelings of you. I'm curious. How do you feel about us?
You see Brooke think for a moment as she kind of fiddles with the displaced to beast cloak. Well, I have spoke with Gadri about the fact that I have known for a little bit that you and him and me have some tensions between all of us. And I will tell you the same thing I told him.
Okay.
I'm not quite sure where any of this is leading, and I have my thoughts on you and I have my thoughts on him. But my biggest worry is in the end, with whoever I choose in my life, to, if I even choose to do anything with this, if it's not you, are you going to leave the ship?
Are you asking if you went with Gadri, would I leave?
Yes.
Brooke, of course not. I've made you a promise that I would stay by your side. Let me ask you this. If you did go with Gadri, would I mean anything less to you?
She thinks for a moment. I think my feelings on you and my feelings on Gadri, they are definitely complicated, but I feel as if once I got everything sorted out, if I did end up talking with Gadri and things ended up with him, I think I'd probably hold you in a very high regard.
He gives her a smile and nod. Well, then there's your answer. I would never betray that.
Might as well just give up on the idea of dating at this point.
He looks down to her hand where she cut it. Is that band still there?
Gadri used lay on hands. She is wearing gloves though. Her signature gloves.
All right.
You can't
So
really
he's
recall a moment Brooke has not been wearing fingerless gloves at the most.
yeah. So he's not sure that they were healed. So she does feel a hand wrap around hers, and he brings it up and he starts whispering to her hand, and she feels a warmth start cascading through her arm as he used a healing word on her hand, not knowing that it was already healed.
What are you doing?
I'm well, that is actually one thing I did want to try to fix before we did leave. I am sorry you had to give blood. That was not something I expected to have happen. So I kind of feel partly responsible for that. So I figured the very least I could do is take away the wound.
She's gonna not tell him because this poor dude. It it's not that big of a deal in all honesty.
Well, maybe not. Well, maybe not to you.
When I was in Jorhas, they have a very interesting way of thinking about Genasi's, and I guess I've gotten used to the idea of people looking at me and going, ah, yes, this one is quite an interesting individual. Let's figure out more about her. Um, blood was definitely something that they like to experiment with. So a little cut every now and then, or a little puncture wound to get blood isn't really anything. I'm not so much skittish when it comes to pain as more of seeing people in pain.
Well, still, I don't like the idea of hurting my friends or those I care about for any personal gain.
She shrugs. It wasn't just a personal gain for you. It was a personal gain for myself. I mean, I gave you so deal blood when we met. I wanted information. She wanted blood.
Pauses for a moment as he's like looking to like recall. And he's like, the spooky white lady in red at the island.
Yes, the one who turned me into a whale.
Right.
I hope her and Mama are doing well.
Yeah. Well, nonetheless, know that no matter what, you don't have to worry about me running off. I will be there to catch you if you fall or if you need help. I will be there by your side no matter what.
I'm glad.
He gives her hand a small squeeze before he gives it back to her.
I care about a lot of all of you here. In the little time that I have known Inca and Althea, I've grown quite fond of them. But you and Gadra are probably the most important people in my lives at this point. Well, Solnet is more important than both of you at this point, and she says it with a smirk. But
He kind of
that's a
chuckles at
given.
that. It's like, yeah, no, there's no competing against that. I mean, you did pick a really adorable child.
I didn't pick him. Pestry did.
Well, and he looks at her in the eyes. Pestery, I know you can hear me in there. You did a really good job picking out an amazingly cute child.
Brooke kind of chuckles, and she goes, "I'm sure Pestry takes the praise with high regard." But nonetheless, I do want to say that you and Gadget are the most important people to me.
I appreciate that. And I know he does as well. He and I may not see eye to eye all the time, but at the very least, I can recognize that he cares for you just as much as I do. And I know for a fact that despite some of the things I don't trust him with you, I do trust that he will at the very least try to protect you.
I trust him too. I trust that even though you two have your differences, he will protect you as well. And I hope you do the same.
Well, he kind of missed it earlier, but I kind of did. When he fell off the mast and I caught his dumb ass with my hand.
This team is really weird. Really fucked up. But I do have a favor to ask.
Of course.
I want to speak with everyone on the deck before we set sail to the Searing Channel.
Alright.
After what happened with Tanbrix, I feel like finally, after I got everything out in the open and I told him everything that I needed to. That it feels like a new chapter for me. And I want to speak with all of my newfound family.
He smiles warmly at that before he kind of like leans over a little and kind of pushes her shoulder with his a little bit. Chosen family is always the best kind of family.
Hopefully, I'll get it right this time.
So far, you're doing well.
One last question before we get back to the ship, and as you can see the ship coming into horizon.
What's up?
If you could switch places with Fate for a day, would you?
I would be curious to see what she gets up to. I don't always keep track of her, but yeah, no. Curious to see what that would look like. How about you? Would you like to see see what it's like to be in the day in life of Macaron?
Oh, hell no. He's got the weirdest habits that he picks up. One being a complete and utter stalker.
Yeah, that is one thing I have noticed about him is how openly invasive he can be.
Specifically only to Gadri, though. It's very weird. Like,
Well, he's done it to
he
he's
doesn't
done
have
it to
personal
us a couple times.
he doesn't have personal space, but like I'm not sure what it is, but he's quite literally attached to Gadget.
Hey, Macaron.
Yes, Macaron.
Huh. Because I know I've seen him around with the others as well, including myself, but
No, like if I am talking with Gadri or if anything happens, Macaron's like right there and he's giving Gadri like the stink eye. I tried
maybe
to
he's
say hello to Macaron when I got back to the ship, and he immediately landed on Gadri's head.
maybe he smells something on Gadri.
Maybe it's the beard oil.
Funny thing. Speaking of familiar smelling things on stuff, did you know that Jimmy smelled the smelled the dealer on me at one point?
Well, it makes sense.
Yeah.
The dealer was able to be summoned um with the greater demon spell and summon greater demon spell, and he was shadowy. So the fact that him and Jimmy are both shadow creatures, it makes sense.
Wait, they are?
Yes.
I thought Jimmy was just some tall, dark, lanky dude.
No, they're a shadow being that Ixtal summons.
Tyrus just like takes a deep breath. He goes, "Oh, that's good to know. That's good to know for next time. Thank you for letting me know that.
Are you alright?
I'll be fine. At the very least, he hasn't done anything untoward."
No, he's only appeared to make food, apparently. He seems quite attached to out there.
That as well, yes. Him and Nextall.
I wonder what the story is between them.
I don't know. You know, there was one time I saw them like racing to eat a bear claw.
Who won?
Like Altera, of course.
And then they get back to the boat as they are having this conversation.
Yeah, he's just chuckling with her about with the conversation.
Practically a whole bear claw in her mouth.
Yeah, it was rather impressive. She really showed her UNT side with that one. Uh, was it UNT or was it the other side?
Paladolf?
Oh yeah, no, it is UNT. Never mind.
Well, that's it. Inka, are you alright?
No.
What the hell happened while I was gone?
Sarah showed Excel the wedding book.
What wedding book?
wedding planning book for our wedding, but I never wanted to get married to Ixtal. Not now. Now he wants to talk. What if he breaks up with me? Are we even dating? I don't know.
I thought you two were just friends with benefits.
Oh, there's much more than benefits. I can tell you that much from every single night I hear through the thin walls we have, by the way, Inka.
Good. Ugh.
Fate comes over and joins Macaron and the others and starts watching.
Macaron sees Fate, makes sure to put the chocolate chip bowl higher.
Tilts her head like, ooh.
Like slowly brings out blueberries and just pushes them towards them like, you eat these.
Nom 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 nom.
What an interesting turn of events.
And here we were talking about being done with dating for a while.
You're done with dating? Are you even dating anyone?
No, I'm not dating anyone.
So how could you be done with dating?
Because it's
You know what?
complicated.
Come join me with alcohol.
No. No. You know, tonight I was going to ask if everyone could do me a favor, but since you have been hitting the sauce rather hard, maybe I won't ask you for help on that.
What's a favor?
Althera, where are you?
Is she
She's
not back yet?
downstairs in her room with Dilyu. I've been here.
Oh, okay. You didn't hear that.
So you're downstairs with Lilith and Dilly?
Yeah, she's dragging Dilyu to her room, remember? For the reading.
Dilly is screaming in the distance.
Like, I don't want to.
Why are you asking me these questions?
He
They're so
doesn't do-
personal.
He doesn't do star signs. You drag Dilly.
What the fuck is a Gemini?
A bitch. Okay. So Brooke looks towards Gadry and goes, Gadry, can you come here for a moment?
Does Gadry hear that from the front of the ship?
Well, she's on the ladder.
Oh, okay. I didn't see anything, so I was all like, "What?" Okay, Gadry makes his way over, making his way.
Okay. She looks at them and goes, with recent events of what's happened with Tambix, I have come to realize that I would like this to be essentially a new chapter in my life, where things are a little more relaxed. And I was wondering if, seeing as you are all my family now, if you could all do me a favor and I'm going to finish cutting it, but could all of you do me a favor and cut a part of my hair?
Cut a what?
A part of my hair.
And Tyrus perks up at this. An opportunity to assist with Brooke's hair.
What is with you and my hair?
It's that weird kinks, don't you know?
Not weird kink. I just enjoy. I enjoy the closeness of it. All right.
Sure, you perv.
Someone needs to cast restoration on her.
No.
Tyrus does so.
No, my inhibition. She's hugging the rope barrel.
Yeah, Tyrus is gonna use a second level to cast lesser restoration on Inca.
You son of a bitch.
Captain's orders. I'm sorry.
Damn it. Now I have to be sober. You know how long it took me to get drunk off of that barrel?
Brooke just looks at Inca and just goes, Inca, you don't want to have a conversation drunk.
How do you know?
Or cut my hair when you're drunk, please.
That's fine. I don't want to ruin your hair.
And Brooke's going to use the sending ring to call Althera and see what she's
She doesn't have a ring.
Tyrus gave it to you.
She gave
Yeah.
it back.
When?
No, Tyrus didn't get that back.
Oh, I thought I gave it back when we got back to the ship. After the hag thing.
No, he gave it to you when you went off to go talk with what's his face?
Oh, I thought
Solomon.
I thought I gave it back after talking to Solomon when we got back to the ship, but all right, I guess not.
You just make it to your room suddenly. Hey, Althera, can you come back to the deck?
Althera. Shit! I forgot I had this.
She does. She jumps a little bit and she looks at Dilyu. She's like, "We're continuing this later. I will complete the reading for your own good."
Why does it sound like such a threat?
You just looked
And
at
she
her.
gives
It
it.
is.
Just Dilly looks at her, and you see like her ears, his ears kind of bend a bit. She, as Brooke called you to bring everyone up on deck, and she's just like, "I feel like that is the friendliest way I've ever been threatened."
It's not a threat. It's a promise. And then she gives him a little kiss on the cheek before she goes up to the deck.
Everyone getting up on deck as Brooke looks towards her crew and says, "How experienced is everyone with scissors?"
Tyrus raises a hand. Fairly experienced with it.
Out there, halfway raises her hand.
As he kind of shakes his head a little bit and has his hair kind of like show off that he actually takes takes care of this head of hair and cuts it and all whatnot.
I would like to ask if everyone could cut a small part of my hair. I'm going to cut it later, but essentially I would like to ask if everyone could give part in a new beginning for me.
All right.
God, positioning everyone look like they're about to fucking kill Brooke.
Now.
Alright, let me go first so I can go back to being drunk again.
So, one by one, everyone takes a snip of Brooke's hair off. Funny thing is, Althera, Inca, and Gadri, as Tyrus as well, as you cut through with the scissors that Brooke hands you, the hair that falls off just turns into pure water.
Freaky.
There's no strands left, right?
Nope, just pure water.
Cool.
Yeah, there's nothing for you to collect, you weirdo.
Pulls out an empty vial.
Ew.
Put-
Fucking weird.
puts a hair in first, then cuts it. Haha, I win.
I'm gonna hit you.
Destroy water. Like,
Brooke,
I wonder if we could live off of your hair if we ever got stuck in the desert.
I am not going to cut my hair for you to drink. Fucking weird. You call Tyrus weird.
Listen, desperate times call for desperate
I'm not that
measures.
desperate. You're a cleric. You have great water. Keep away from my hair.
I mean, people call me thirsty, but I'm not that thirsty.
Anyway,
I like that Cat and Unicorser also seem to be in line.
Right to cut her hair.
at the end, Brooke smiles to everyone and thanks them for cutting the bits off. As she says, "All right, I'm going to go in there and finish styling it. Everyone, get ready to set sail.
Aye, Captain.
Is there anything else that needs to be done on the island before we leave?"
No, I don't think so.
I mean, I could always prank another guard, but you probably shouldn't do that.
Oh, actually, there's one thing I would like to do.
Hmm.
He quickly goes down the gangplank, and about 5 or so minutes pass before he returns with a leaf. Gonna start somewhere.
Might as well start now.
Yep.
And
Hmm.
so, Dilly
Gadri kind of goes, "Wait, we gotta still fight some night hags."
Brooke looks to Gadri.
Oh no, don't worry. They're not gonna be bothering us at all.
Did you hit your head?
Yeah, that's
Tyrus,
a little memory loss.
Tyrus, when you caught him, did you let his head hit the deck or something?
I don't think I did.
I think you might have.
Tyrus looks
You
up
did
to
hit him in
Gadri.
the head with the mage's hand.
I did do that. It did flick him in the back of the head. That's right.
Brooke kind of
Man, you stole his memories, bro.
Brooke places at the mention of that, you see Brooke kind of wince a little, like let's not talk about stolen memories, as she like grabs Gadry's head and kind of turns it to where it was hit. He's just like, I don't see anything right there. Maybe a gray hair
He's
or
kind
two.
of shaggy, you know. Gotta look in there a bit.
So we're cutting Gadry's hair next, right?
Never.
You know what? Maybe. Maybe.
Gadri kind of looks at everybody and goes, "Just leave the beard, but go skin bald."
No.
Nah,
No.
nah, you know what? Let me style his hair.
Now look, if you
Othera
cut your
looks
hair, there's not
genuinely
gonna be anything
distraught
for
at
Brooke to
Gadri's
grab.
suggestion.
So much happened at once.
They let
Point
they
is,
let
he's not cutting his hair.
they let Tyrus cut Gadry's hair. He just comes out with the same hairstyle as Tyrus.
No.
Oh god, no.
Ew.
So
They all look at him. What I know the one.
You leave our scraggly himbo alone.
you hear out there, you see Dilyu has made his way up to the back of the ship and is starting to get things ready to set sail. You see Inca, you see Ixtal is very importantly making sure that the ropes are ready to just drop. And
Tyrus.
Lilith is getting the goddamn anchor.
I guess we're gonna go do boat things, whatever those things are. Cause I don't know boat shit.
You've been sailing for a month. What do you mean?
No, I, as Nevi, does not know boat shit.
Mm.
Enka knows boat things.
So,
She has learned.
Tyrus, what are you doing?
Tyrus is going to assist weighing away the boat. And as the night progresses, after he makes his rounds to check in the boat, check in the crew, he's going to go do one last thing tonight for Brooke.
Okay. Gadri, what are you doing?
Nom nom nom. Gadri is actually gonna go and try and see about cooking some food for once, as opposed to seeing what just randomly is
He's
about.
stepping foot in Althera's kitchen
Yep.
without permission.
Yep.
So,
Getting hissed at by an owlbear club.
He's
Althera,
gonna
what are
make
you
some
doing?
good old fashioned army gruel.
Althera is going to wait until Dilyu is done before hunting him down to do that reading.
Before hunting him down and killing him.
You're just currently staring at Dilly as they are doing their job, and they just look over and go, "Yes."
Do you need help?
Sure.
Wonderful. And she wants to get this done as soon as possible.
So you're helping Dilly. Inca, what are you doing?
Like I said, she's doing boat shit that I don't know because I
Are
don't know
you
boat shit.
helping? Are you helping Tyrus? Are you helping Ixtal? Are you helping Brooke? What are you doing?
Say she went to go help Ixtal and then remembered the awkwardness and then immediately went, "Ooh, I'm gonna go help Tyrus."
Slide over to Tyrus. Hey, buddy.
Yeah, so Tyrus is assisting with basically pulling the sails open.
Like, hey, buddy, remember when you cured my drunkenness?
Yep. So
Fair.
kind of hard to pull sail whenever you're drunk.
No. See, I'm like one of those drunk monks. I do better when I'm inebriated, and you ruined that, and now I have to bug you for it.
Well, it's a good thing I got some strong stuff that I can help you with later.
Oh, wonderful news. Because the
But
rum in
first-
that barrel does not taste very good. I think it's been contaminated by unicorns. Don't tell him I said that though.
I would not be surprised. But
What is the passive
yes.
perception of the unicorn? Okay,
It's a passive perception of 13.
I know. I'm seeing. I'm seeing.
Ah.
You guys continue.
Yeah, he's gonna continue pulling sail.
Yeah, she's helping.
Okay, out there.
Yeah.
As you're up there with Dilyu, Dilyu looks to you and says, "So, how exactly do you do this reading? It's not gonna be painful, is it?"
Oh, no. Of course not. I simply read your palm, then draw a few cards, see if everything lines up correctly, and just do a basic intuition thing. If I'm feeling extra spicy, sometimes I'll do a bone throwing.
Did you need the teeth that
No,
Lilith has?
no.
Bones for what? From what?
Uh,
More like.
well, they're from small animals that have died in a long past. The point is they're used for divination. You write things on them, and then you mix them in a bowl, shake them up, throw them, and they tell you stuff.
Huh. Never heard of it. Interesting one, for sure. I think that one might work better. Because of who
I'm more used to doing the
they are.
cards and the palm. But if you really like this girl you've met, I gotta make sure there aren't any
I,
l- past lovers that are still clinging to you.
I, I can for sure tell you that there's no past lovers.
Maybe not for this life.
You see them kind of confused for a moment. Go. I'm not like broke.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think I have other lives. Um, I can definitely tell you that there's no past lovers. And for them in particular, I don't know if it's like I like them. It's I really enjoy being around them. I'm not sitting here thinking about like a future or anything. Just they were really nice. Different.
That's fair. But it's good to get some insight on who you may have a future with. Anyway, hand over that hand. Hand over that hand. She kind of chuckles to herself.
They hand
Okay, with this,
you their hand. Sea elves are surprisingly big creatures. I didn't know that. So their
Yeah,
hand
they're
is rather
tall.
big compared to yours.
She's gonna start reading that poem.
It's a calloused palm from life at sea
Mm-hmm.
and
Starts kind of
docking.
muttering to herself as she traces the lines in his poem. And then smiles at him and's like, "Well, I see a gentle love in your future. Something steady, something nice, something stable." And she like turns his hand over to look at some of the lines on the outer part of his hand and like curls his hand a little bit. She's like, "I see two, three children, maybe. Do you want children?"
With the amount of children she has, it'll be way more than that. But eventually, I would like to have my own. I've always wanted to start a family since I've lost mine.
It's a common dream to have. It's one I have as well.
I think Inca's starting to have that dream.
I think so too. But she denies herself that dream. At least for right now. Don't worry. We'll break that wall of hers.
Like a house of cards.
Mm-hmm.
I'm
And she
lubricating
quickly
it.
finishes the palm reading and the card reading and then packs her things up and she's like, "Well, either way, whether it's with this beautiful woman you were speaking, this beautiful person you were speaking of, or someone we'll meet in the future, I have high hopes for you."
Here's hoping that your hopes are placed in something worth it.
Oh, they're placed in the Moonweaver, the goddess of love. And I was, well, and still am, last I checked, the best matchmaker in all the Pallid Grove. So as long as my skills haven't gotten too rusty, have a little faith.
I would suggest giving a reading to the captain. And they say, so You didn't hear it from me, but when we were fixing up the ship and everything, and I was setting up her room for when they got back, her bookshelf has a lot of arcane books on it, but some of those covers are kind of fake. She has a lot of really cheesy romance novels.
I believe it.
So maybe a love fortune reading for her would actually suit her well.
If she accepts one, that is. The captain is quite stubborn.
Well, considering you got me to take one, I'm pretty sure you can find a way.
Maybe. Well, good night, Delia. I'm gonna go check on the kitchen. I have this sudden dread going up my spine.
Speaking of, as this is happening, Gadry.
Speaking of dread, Gadry.
Speaking of sudden dread,
You get into the kitchen, and you see the owl is standing there, staring at you. Menacingly. Not menacingly.
just
What do
standing
you
there
do?
menacingly.
What do you do as you enter into the kitchen and you see just owl bear?
Gadry gives a wave to the owlbear.
The owl bear stares at you, and I don't know if you've ever seen the videos of like the owls waving, the bears waving.
Yeah, the just like the floppy hand.
Yeah, kind of
Yeah.
stares at you for a moment, and then just starts to wave.
So, so, so Gadry just starts making a sandwich.
As you're prepping your sandwich and stuff, you can feel Coda. Like every movement you do, Coda is staring hardcore at you.
Gadry kind of looks and like he looks at his sandwich, then looks to the owlbear, and then looks to his sandwich again, and then looks to the owlbear, then like points at his sandwich like a question in a questioning manner, like, "Do you want one?"
See the owl bear stare at you for a moment before immediately leaving the kitchen, going to track down his
Mom!
mom. um, Gadry, as you're standing there alone in the kitchen, you have a weird feeling on the back of your neck. This is it's a feeling that you're being watched. Like there are eyes directly on the back of your head.
He kind of reaches back to feel the back of his head.
You don't feel anything. Looking around, you don't see anything. But then you start to hear Althera walking down the stairs as you hear Coda hooting the whole time.
Hoot,
And
hoot, hoot, hoot.
the feeling fades away.
Gadry shrugs and just continues making his sandwich, even making a second one for the owlbear.
Out there, you get into the kitchen, you see Gadry is making foods.
Making a sandwich.
What are you doing?
Gadry looks over, making a sandwich.
I could have made one for you. All you had to do was ask.
He nods a little bit. I know, but I didn't know if you were busy or not, and I didn't want to impose. It's just a simple sandwich.
Well, as long as it's just a sandwich. Suppose it doesn't cause too much harm. What kind
He
of
nods.
sandwich?
Yes.
An MLT. Mutton,
MLT?
mutton, lettuce, tomato.
And onion.
Ah, sounds like an interesting combination.
He nods a little bit and he goes, it was the first three things that I found.
Oh, Gadry. She kind of like rubs her temples a bit. Well, I'm glad you found something. I didn't know you were still hungry.
Gadry kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "Growing up in an orphanage, you're always hungry."
She kind of chuckles and walks closer. She's like, well, I do appreciate a man that eats with gusto.
He kind of gives a little bit of a chuckle and goes, "Are you coming on to me, ma'am?"
Her face goes bright red, and she's like, no, sorry, did I make you uncomfortable? I wasn't trying to come off like that, and
He laughs and like shakes his head. He goes, "I'm teasing you, dear."
oh, that was very rude, you know.
He nods a bit and he goes, "That's the fun of it, dear." Just a
She
little
puffs her cheeks.
just a little lighthearted ribbing, you know.
Gadget,
She puffs her cheeks out slightly.
you feel a numb on your hand as you see Coda like, how dare you?
He chuckles a little bit and Coda's the owlbear, right?
Yep, they
Yeah.
have to defend their mom.
So he kind of looks to Althea and he goes, "I made the owlbear a sandwich as well."
No, I'm sure Coda appreciates it.
Kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "Yeah, he seems rather hungry," he says as he looks down at the owlbear gnawing on his arm.
You see Coda take their paws and they scoop up 2 pieces of bread and place them on either side of your hand. They're staring at you like tease my mom again. I will bite you again.
Althea looks at Coda and just chuckles. She's like, Coda, that's not nice. I appreciate you standing up for me, but it's okay.
They look to you before putting the bread down, and they go over to you and sit next to you. Gadry, they sit in front of Althea as they like smile, and then they do a 360 stare at Gadry for a moment. Their head does a 360, and they just stare at Gadry, and then they turn back around slowly.
Max, Corgi says your volume is much quieter than everyone else's.
What the hell? What happened?
I just checked. It actually sounds all right.
Yeah, I just turned it up.
It's all Corgi's fault.
Check your settings, Corgi.
Yeah.
Your ears are broken.
Ah.
Anyway.
Learn to hear correctly.
Anyway, as everyone starts gathering onto the deck, as we are setting sail for the Searing Channel, Brooke walks out. Why is Gadry not moving where he needs to move?
I don't know. Why is Gadry?
Yeah. Here's a better question. Where is Gadry?
He's on the deck of the ship. The mid deck. Along with out there. Brooke walks out of the captain's office with her new style in tow. I get to finally change this reactive. Yeah. Well, not this reactive. This picture. Yay.
Ooh, pretty.
Saying ooh as if you haven't seen it already.
It's been a minute.
Gadry's too loud. Yeah, I'm always loud. You know that. Come on.
It's Matt. We can't help that.
Yeah, that's.
Gotta make sure his volume's up at like 200% so I know what he's watching. Make sure it's appropriate for stream. So,
Listen,
Matt's
okay,
a
I
good
haven't
boy. He knows not to do that.
again.
Exactly.
you. So, Brooke walks out and looks towards everyone. And she gives everyone a smile. Well, are we ready?
Tyrus looks at her, gives a warm smile to the look. I think we are. To fresh new beginnings in an open sea.
To hopefully a bit more of a peaceful journey. At least for a little while. And Dillu starts the boat going to move. Ixtal looks towards everyone. Vroom vroom, motherfuckers. Brooke
Dang,
goes.
Ruby got some upgrades.
Brooke goes to the wheel of the ship. Tyrus, where are you on the boat?
I'm over. Well, I was over helping with the rigging to get the sails open, but now that we got that open, he's going to help with the navigation.
Okay, Tyrus goes there. Gadry, I'm assuming you're in your crow's nest.
Oh yeah, keeping an eye out.
Send you to the fucking moon.
For someone with no dexterity, he sure loves being somewhere that if he were to fall, it would require dexterity to keep from getting hurt.
And Tyrus has so many times been tempted to take the bottom section of the ladder out for Gadry.
Inca, you turn around and Ixal's right behind you.
Don't sneak up on me like that. Damn.
I simply walked over, darling. Are you all right?
Yeah, perfectly fine. And you alright? How are you doing? I haven't seen you in a while.
You see them kind of stare at you like, excuse me?
His tail is just like swishing behind her, just showing off how anxiety filled she is right now. It's like, oh shit, I'm cornered.
Are you sure you're okay?
Yep, I'm great. Oh, hey, look, there's Althera.
You're right. Althea should have a conversation in this as well, shouldn't she?
Conversation?
drag
I
me
don't
into
know
this,
nothing about
Inca.
no conversation. You should go talk with her, yeah. I'm just gonna go this way.
Run away.
Run away
Inca.
from my problems.
Inca.
Yes?
Is there something you wish to tell me?
No.
Are you sure?
Maybe?
You see them think for a moment and go, well, when you are ready to tell me, you know you can talk to me.
Tyrus silently casts in the truth from the navigation wheel. No, just kidding. I don't have that.
I do. Ixal looks at her and goes, whatever it is that you might be having anxious thoughts or anything else that might be wrong, when you find out what you wish to say or what you are thinking, do not hesitate to come talk to me, all right?
She just nods her head and just goes, yep, will do.
Though if you keep being panicked like this, I will not be visiting you tonight.
What? Panicked? I'm not panicked. I'm totally chill.
I think you need a night of just nice, calm Inca time to gather
Yeah,
some
probably.
thoughts. Gather your thoughts, dear. They say as they walk over to Althea and go, you have her panicked. So panicked. Althea?
Hmm?
Ixtal walks over
Yeah.
to you. You have her quite
Oh.
panicked.
Do I?
I think she might think this is worse than it actually is.
It's only as worse as she wants it to be. Personally, I think a love like this is beautiful.
It's definitely an interesting one. Well, she'll
How do
talk.
how do you feel about it?
They ponder for a moment as they think about Inca and everything. They're like, if a relationship happens to be a thing that they are looking for, we will have to talk more on the circumstances of the relationship. Certain people have specific standards for their partners,
Mm-hmm.
such as some being so anal about loyalty and everything and what it means. I understand that at some point, it's not like we're going to forever be on this ship.
Right.
And I am not going to be accompanying you all on the mainland. So Inca needs and me would need to talk about the whole situation with what happens when that happens. When it comes to the point where we are no longer traveling together. I don't
That
know.
sounds reasonable.
I'm not sure if you've ever been. You probably haven't. Long distance relationships are difficult.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not the one in a relation. I'm not one for a relationship where I say, if you see something that you like while you're out, don't have a to hold back on your desires. I'm just unsure if she feels the same way.
Well, it's best if you talk about it.
He looks over to Inca. Her face is in the rum. I'm not
Okay,
sure if
maybe not
she's
now, but eventually.
eventually. What am I going to do with that one?
Marry her?
Hmm. Only time will tell. Time and, as you used to call it, as you would say, the Moonweaver.
Mm-hmm.
Speaking of marriage, have you tried contacting your brother?
Every time I try to on the ship, it never works.
Strange. Wonder if they have some type of barrier on here that we don't know of.
I think it's just a connection issue. When I'm on land, things are getting clearer, but I found that when I'm at sea, not so much.
I wonder if the captain would know anything about that. She has the ability to cast messages from far away as well.
Maybe.
Why don't you go
But
ask?
I've thought.
Hmm?
I think she's busy right now.
She's steering a ship. It's not that hard.
No, all right. And she goes to talk to Brooke.
See, Brooke is at the steering wheel, just vibing as she looks towards you as you start making your way over.
Tyrus is at the navigator's wheel behind her, looks over and gives her a smile and a wave.
Captain, I have a question.
I might have an answer.
How do you cast messages on the water and have them come out so clear? I've been trying to message my brother for a long time, and, well, every time I do, it doesn't work or it hurts.
That's that is quite a question, if I am honest. I haven't tried casting anything far away in a while. I'm unsure if it works for me. She thinks for a moment. I'm unsure who I would contact. I guess I can
Maybe
always.
Sonet.
That is true.
You could try contacting Ruby, give her an update.
That is also true. I'll try contacting Ruby and see if Solnet is even awake at this time. And Brooke is going to try to cast Sending, asking Ruby how she is. Brooke needs to make a wisdom saving throw. Nope.
Well, it would go through.
That depended on land. I don't know if you remember what we talked about.
I do.
Oh, shit,
I'm just letting you know that, because, there, I'll DM it to you, give me a second.
Brooke takes 7 points of damage. Psychic damage, because she rolled under. As Brooke sends out the message being, Ruby, we're heading out to the Searing Channel. I was wondering if Solnet was awake and how you were doing. The silent.
Hey guys. I sent you an update.
Hold on. So Brooke sends out the message, and as she tries, you see her flinch and grip the steering wheel before shaking her head and going, That's never happened before.
Tyrus kind of steps around the navigator's wheel, the compass, and looks to her and Althera. When did this start happening?
To be honest, since I started traveling with you all.
I don't know. I haven't had to send a message at such a far distance since the ball.
Do I have anything like that? Let me check.
Sending?
Yeah, let me check to see if I have anything that would be something like that.
Ow. I hit my hand. I'm smart. Well, that is certainly not right. It's definitely the first time that has ever happened to me.
I'm going to try something, Brooke.
Alright.
Alright. And you watch as he walks over to her. He raises his hands up to either side of her head. And he's going to try a Dispel Magic.
Alright.
And see if that works.
Believe that's rolling. Well, no, it wouldn't work. You use it, and you're unsure if anything has happened.
So, Dispel Magic, a magical effect within range. One creature, object, or magical effect within range. Any spell. For each spell. Wait, I thought it was any effect that is happening on the creature as well.
Yes, but not this.
Okay. Well, still, he's going to try.
You are unsure if anything has happened.
Would you like to try again?
Brooke kind of nods as she thinks for a moment and goes, Ruby, I'm unsure if you got my last message, but I'm hoping that you are doing well, and I was wondering if Solnet is awake. And I'm going to do another wisdom save. That's even worse than before. And that's only 2 points of psychic damage as Brooke flinches again and goes, That is a horrible fucking sound.
Is it hurting?
Yes, it is hurting
Oh.
in the brain.
He's gonna do a healing word then.
And how much healing?
8 points of healing.
All right. So Brooke looks towards out there and goes, "I'm not sure what the hell is happening, but it's never happened before."
Well,
We'll
thank
see
you
if I
for
can make an
trying
Arcana check.
anyway.
I'm
Brooke
gonna see if I can
nods.
make an
So you
Arcana
get
check.
Go for it. What were you saying out there?
Oh, I said she didn't give Tyrus and Brooke a sad smile. I was like, well, thank you for trying.
21.
Arcana check with 21. Tyrus, what are you Arcana checking? The dispel
What?
stuff?
No, I'm just trying to see what this effect is. Like, what is causing this effect that has not afflicted us before, but is now?
Arcana wise, you don't know if it's magic. It's powerful, but you don't think what you've done is able to really fix that problem.
Well, do you have any idea of like what it could be if it's not a spell?
With an Arcana check, no, you don't know if there's any. You haven't. You know many different spells, such as alter memory is a thing. You know, being able to influence people like suggestion or command is a thing. This doesn't seem like any of those.
So you can see Tyler's kind of standing there, kind of contemplating, rubbing his chin as he's like, oh, "This is not any effect I can really think of, at least not magic-wise. There's no charm. Uh, there's no influence like that."
Well, do you think you said it was working outside of the water, right?
Yes, once I was on land, things were becoming more clear.
Mm, maybe something's happening with one of the gods of water, of nature. Maybe magic is getting iffy on the water.
Could be a possibility. Well, I think I'm gonna go to bed. Good night.
Have a good night.
You too.
And as she walks down the stairs, she looks really upset because she's like, it must be me. Like I must just be a shit spellcaster.
So, Brooke looks towards Tyrus and says, "By the way,
Hmm.
before you were talking about the lantern.
Yes, I was actually planning on bringing it out to you tonight.
She raises an eyebrow.
Well, after what happened with the Night Hags, we didn't really have a chance to talk about what happened, but I recognize waking up from a night terror.
I'm fine. I'm used to nightmares, and I'm normally good at keeping them at bay. But thank you. Um, if that helps with dreams, do you think you could help out there?
Oh, absolutely, I will help her.
She woke up from a particularly bad one a few nights ago.
Was that what that was?
From what I understand, probably.
Has it continued, or...
Not that I'm aware of. I spoke with her once about it.
I'll ask her tonight before we go to bed.
Well, probably before you head to bed. If
Yes.
anything, hmm. She uses her ring to call up to Gadri. Do you want to take night shift or day shift?
Gadri will message back. I'll take the night shift.
Can you see in the dark?
Gadri kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "No, but you know."
I'll maybe I shall take night shift since I have the ability to cast a light.
Especially considering whenever you look up, you see both moons are pretty much almost dark.
Give me one quick sec. I'm checking on something real quick.
Over there looking for Gadri's spells. Do I have light? Am I wrong?
I cast magical
No,
guidance
I,
into the darkness.
no, I'm looking at something else.
Yeah, it is the 29th of Horsal, and um, Katha is not visible at all, while Ruidus is only but a crescent.
A very thin crescent.
Very, very thin crescent. Croissant.
That's all.
Ha ha.
I'm just checking something real quick here.
Out there, as you start heading off to bed, is there anything you do before you go to sleep?
Cuddle with Coda and look at her little statue of the Moonweaver she has for a second, kind of contemplatingly. And she just prays for her family's safety and the baby's health, and then turns to go to sleep.
All right.
I will mention before she does, there is a knock at her door that Tyrus will do when he does get down there.
She's like half asleep. She's like, "Hello."
Is
Yes.
it me you're looking for?
May I come in?
Sure.
Tyrus opens the door and takes a peek in. Hey, howdy, neighbor.
Oh, Tyrus, is there something you need?
Coda snoring.
And Tyrus, is she laying in bed or is she sitting in bed?
She's sitting up now, but she was laying in bed.
He's going to take her chair and carefully bring it over to the side of her bed and sit down beside her. So, I wanted to ask you something about the other night. The one where you suddenly woke up and were screaming.
Oh. It was just a nightmare. I'm sorry if I worried you.
Oh, we both know that nightmares are something that we shouldn't take lightly. Has this happened often?
No, not really.
So that was just the one time?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I hope that you know that you can be open and honest with you with these things. Because from what you and Hinka have done for me, it is the absolute least I can do to look out for you in your dreams.
She kind of gives him a tired smile. It's like, I appreciate it, but you shouldn't worry yourself. I promise it wasn't that scary. Or I mean, it was scary, but it wasn't that worrying.
You woke up screaming, but I understand what you're saying. He heaves a heavy sigh as he kind of starts to get up. He leans over and he gives her a gentle hug. You know, we hear a lot about you. You matter a lot to us. I just want to make sure that you are aware of that, and we want to make sure that you're just as okay as you want to make sure we are.
She's gonna hug him back and just like, It's nice to hear that. I hope you have a good night, Terrace.
You as well. And he gives her a gentle nuzzle to the top of her head as he gives her a gentle, but, solid squeeze and a hug before he lets her go to rest. If you need me, you know where you can find me. And he points to the connecting wall between them. Just a knock. That's all you need to do.
I'll keep that in mind.
It smells
Alright.
She's gonna lay back down.
And he closes the door behind him and lets her go to sleep.
Alright. Gadry, did you find what you were looking for?
Yeah, I thought Gadry had dark vision, but he didn't.
He's a human.
Yeah, I was about to say.
Yeah, but I thought I did some stuff, but I didn't. So shut up. Stop yelling at me.
So Brooke looks at her ring. Are you able to see at night?
Gadry kind of nods a bit and he goes, "There's lights out here."
Dilly, can you take the wheel? Dilly nods as Brooke's just gonna use the ladder because I'm not using that goddamn fucking broom. Just gonna go up to the crow's nest. Well, if you're taking night shift, do be careful, alright?
He nods a little bit and he goes, "Of course, Cap."
Also, I spoke with Tyrus.
Yeah?
And I basically told him what I told you. And he said that no matter what happens, he's still going to stick around.
Gadry kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "I told you, you're stuck with us."
My misfortune just grows, doesn't it?
You both look down and can see Tyrus going over to Inca and just patting her on the back and offering her some drink.
My misfortune grows.
He kind of chuckles a little bit at that and gives her a pat on the back. "Don't worry, Captain. You won't ever lose us."
Falls off the crow's nest.
How's how does the holy water bath go?
He kind of chuckles a little bit and he goes, "Well, it hasn't worked so far, so."
Thinking for a moment. It didn't burn?
He shook his head. No more than regular baths with too hot water.
Well, I'm glad. But how are you feeling? You alright?
Kind of takes a breath and looks at her and goes, "Worried."
No shit. It's a lot to worry about.
Other than worried, I'm fine.
She thinks for a moment and gives a smirk and goes, You're fine, huh? You think highly of yourself?
He chuckles a little bit. He said, "No, no, no. If I thought highly of myself, I'd say I'm sexy as hell."
Considering you're always in the crow's nest, I just assumed you always thought very highly of yourself.
He smirks a little bit and goes, "Hey, I'm the one that's supposed to be doing the puns around here."
It is not. It's not only your job to do puns. And besides, mine wasn't really a pun, it was more of a play on words.
Potato, tomato, Captain.
That's not even. Why are you like this? I know you're fucking smart, and she freaking turns around, and pinches your cheek. I know you're fucking smart, Gadry. What the hell?
He laughs a bit and he goes, "Indeed, I am smart enough to make you angry."
Dumb enough, you mean?
He kind of pats his head and goes,
Pats
you
his
gotta
head?
know you." Yeah, he taps his head,
Oh.
and he kind of goes, "You gotta be smart to make your enemies angry."
Oh, am I your enemy?
He smirks a bit. In a pun war, everyone's the enemy.
Seriously, though. Don't hesitate to come talk to me, alright? After all, if you're going to make me talk to you and I'm having a bad time, you have to talk to me. It's only fair.
He nods a little bit and goes, "Of course, Captain."
Everyone's doors are open, but no one wants to talk. Jesus Christ.
So, the Osmodeus stuff. Have you
Kind of
figured out
not.
what you want to do next?
Kind of thinks about it and he goes, "I think at the very least, we should at least collect the items, if for no other reason than to keep them out of others' hands."
We can take them to your house.
He nods a little bit and he goes, let's get in contact with a few people that we can trust and see what they say about keeping the items safe."
Don't give them to Anicia.
He laughs a little bit. "What about Ruby?"
Definitely not. She'll look at those things and she'll think, "Oh, puzzle.
He laughs a
She
little bit.
practically
He
built it."
nods. He nods, and he goes, we'll figure it out. See what you can do. I'll see if any of my contacts in the Empire know anything."
I have I saw in looking into Osmodeus, but apparently something's happening within the water, and trying to get in contact with anyone from a far range is painful.
He nods a little bit and he goes, "Well, perhaps it has to do with that. What was it? That thing in the burning channel?" Says
Searing
kind of.
channel.
Yeah, searing, burning. Potato, tomato, Captain.
As you say that, she kind of fiddles um, with her fingerless gloves. Yeah, searing and burning are basically the same.
Kind of looks at her a bit and goes, "Go get some sleep, Captain. If anything happens, we'll make sure you're able to you're able to get up in time to see it."
Gadry,
Yes?
she kind of looks to you with almost with a soft yet serious face. If something happens tonight, and it's not life-threateningly major, don't wake me up. If there's a carcass in the middle of the water again, don't wake me up.
He nods and he goes, "Don't worry, Captain. You'll only be woken up if it's something that can endanger the entire ship."
And if you are going to wake me up over something dumb, have a snack in hand at least.
He
I might be
nods.
more merciful.
He laughs and he goes, I'll keep that in mind, Captain."
Was everything alright when I left? No crazy bullshit happening again? Like you almost wandering off the plank?
He shook his head. "No, no, nothing like that. Me and
Alright.
Althera had a talk, but that's about it."
Hmm. Is she alright?
He nods. He goes, yes, she was fine. She was a little more worried about me, but I did get off mercifully because I did make a sandwich in the kitchen.
She blinks a bit confused by this. Is that punishable?
He kind of chuckles.
death.
He kind of chuckles a little bit. And he goes, "Althera is very protective of her kitchen."
I see. Well, as long as nothing major happens. Remember. Oh goddamn. I didn't see that.
Remember? Oh goddamn. Okay.
I didn't see that there was a raid, okay?
Oh.
Yeah, Bella rated us. Thanks, Bella.
I freaking look over and I'm like, the fuck is happening? I'm like, oh, that's a raid. I don't know how to do shoutouts. Skelly, what the fuck? You're a mod. Matt, you're a mod.
And
What's your
Shout out
point?
for our fucking raider, asshole. Anyway,
I've been role
I've been,
playing. Shut
Just-
up.
I've been chatting with them in the chat. Don't worry.
anyway, the more, god damn it, I see Mel and my mind goes to the more. Um, Brooke looks at Gadri and gives a smile before saying, alright, well, remember this. You might be a smiling paladin, but you are human. If something's getting to you, don't hesitate. You can let your guard down every once in a while.
He nods. He goes, "I'll keep that in mind, Captain."
She gives him a stare before she says, well, remember, if you don't let your walls down every once in a while and be vulnerable with me at the very least, then I am going to end up not being vulnerable with you. Understand?
He nods and he goes, "Yeah, I understand, Brooke."
She smiles and ruffles his hair a bit. Careful, I think I'm seeing some gray hairs. You're stressing.
He chuckles a bit before giving her a light hug, and he goes, "You too. I think I'm seeing some white in there." As he as he motions to like the tips of her hair.
She stares at him, eyes unbreaking, before popping him in the head.
He definitely just laughs.
Fucking asshole. She freaking walks towards the freaking ladder.
He looks at her and kind of goes, "Have a good night, Brooke."
Have a good night, Gadget. Since you're currently on duty, first mate. First mate Stormhammer. And she goes down and starts heading to her room. Dilly's gonna stay up. Ixtal is going to go to their room. Inca, is there anything you want to do?
Enka is going to sit in her room, laying on her bed, staring at the ceiling, thinking very hard about her life.
Tyrus did hand her a bottle of some pretty strong stuff.
And she's totally drinking that while she thinks about her life. Till she can take the barrel with her.
And when I say strong stuff, I mean this stuff is like sake.
Okay, let me roll a constitution check then.
Brooke goes into her office and
Damn it! I got 19.
this shit is watered down. How dare.
I've been lied to!
Nah, it's not watered down. That shit's strong. It's just
Sometimes
the,
I don't want to be sober. And yet my body refuses to let me be drunk.
Okay, Brooke's heading
But yeah,
to her room.
Brooke does find Tyrus in her office as she comes in.
And who gave you permission to be in here?
I'll just say that I came to do some maintenance in the office.
Hmm.
But I did have a talk with Althera.
And?
It seems to have only been the one time, but we do share a wall, so if anything happens, I'll be there. Most likely the first to be there to help her.
Good. Last thing I need
So,
is for her to start feeling down.
I'll keep an eye on her, Captain.
Thank you.
But for now, since there's no immediate issue there, he reaches over to her desk and he picks up the lamp. And he offers it to her. Since you're a little further away from me, I'd feel at the very least better if you have this.
She takes it and blinks and goes, I'll keep it in my room, but I'm not sure if I'll use it. Thank you, though.
It's better to have it not need it than need to not have it.
She nods. Understandable. In jumbled up words, but understandable. Get some rest, alright?
Will do. And
Well,
yes.
either you get some rest or you stay up with Gadri during his shift. I think the only one awake right now is him and Dilio.
I'll take next watch.
Alright?
And he gives her a warm smile before he watches her go past. And he reaches out, grabs her hand for a moment, and gives it a small squeeze. Thank you, by the way, for a wonderful day and a wonderful evening.
Thank you for a tasty meal.
It's my pleasure. And he brings her hand up to his lips, and he gives it a kiss on the top.
Oh, now I have to get the holy water.
You say what?
She was making a joke.
Oh no, you cut out. Was that?
Now I have to get the holy water.
Don't worry. I got stuff for that.
Or at least wash these gloves. Have a good night,
Tyrus just gives her a smirk. Have a wonderful night, Brooke. And he lets her hand go.
Goes into her room. Closes the door. Places the lamp down. Starts getting ready for bed. As everyone rests, Althera, are you still here?
Are you still there?
Althera? Oh no, Althera died.
Oh no.
Baby!
Ah.
Baby?
Baby, come
Are
back.
you muted? Are you
Baby,
muted?
Ixtal broke up with me!
That's why she's drinking.
Phoebe, Gadri, and Brooke made out.
They're
Yeah,
getting
that's-
married!
No, fuck
Yeah.
that. No. Baby. Gadri and Tyrus made out.
Oh my goodness! The
Oh my
hate
God,
ship
you're
is sailing! You're missing it!
missing so much of this right now.
Every ship just sailing at once.
Right? It's a poly ship. Everyone's getting married. They're gonna have cute
It's the
babies, and you're gonna miss
poly
it all.
Althera just wakes up next morning to sees the entire ship crowded with kids. The fuck happened?
No. Did Phoebe fall asleep?
I think we might have
Possibly.
lost her.
They did say they were sleepy.
Let me try.
I mean, we're screaming in their ears. If that's not waking them up, I think they're dead.
And this way. Mhm. Baby.
Baby, come back.
Damn, I think
You
Althea
can
fell
blame it
asleep.
all on Matt.
We lost Althera. She's
Baby,
sleeping
come
all
back.
night. She's fell into the deepest sleep you've ever seen. Boop.
Z z z z z z z z.
Then I guess Althea doesn't get her dream tonight.
Doesn't get to do Gadry's reading. Oh well. So
Oh
sad.
well, no romance for you.
Gadry over here just, yes! Dodge 2 social interactions today. New record.
High score.
Alright then, if Phoebe fell asleep and we cannot continue that last bit, this is where we will leave off for now.
Okay.
She doesn't get to do Gadry. Nope.
Nope.
Anyway,
Darn.
I hope everyone here has had a good night.
Yeah.
I hope you all have fun. Thank you all so much for listening. Thank you for the raid,
Yeah,
Mellow
thank you,
the
Mello.
Fairy. Check in on Tuesday on Mellow's Twitch. You will see me, maybe someone else at this table, and a few other
Oh,
individuals play D&D in Mellow's Yu-Gi-Oh! Homebrew world. It'll be super fun. You get to see me play the one and only Lamora, a
best
very,
character out
very
there.
ditzy girl.
Best character out of all of them. Just throw every single one of them out. Just it's gonna be all Lamora.
Let's see. We always raid Captain Robert, so let's try something different. No, let's do a little surprise raid to a friend here in the Discord. Random Fast Reader. They're not doing D&D. Definitely not doing D&D. They are doing some truck driving, but some nice music, some nice driving, and everyone can go surprise them with a quick hello.
Oh, train, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why is it not letting me raid? There we go. I hope everyone has a wonderful night. We have been Dice and Destinies with the Whimsical Travelers of Fate. Join us again on Wednesdays for if a possible Vampire the Masquerade.
Looking forward to it.
I believe this Wednesday is supposed to be our Phoenix by Night game, where me, Skeletor here, and a few other friends play in the beautiful place that is Phoenix. Look forward to it. Look forward to more games. Next session, we are on to the Searing channel. Good night.
Good night, everybody.
Alright.
Matt, say good night.
Night.
Good. Took forever to say good night. Bye.